Well, all right, everybody. How's it going? Let me do a quick sound check, and can everybody tell me that they can hear me okay? Do I sound too loud? Do I sound too soft? Or do I sound just right? Let's see here. I can already see that I've got Boosted Hatch 96, my buddy Frog, Walden, and then Arlene Mann tuning in from Philadelphia. How's it going? Hector Montalvo, welcome back to the stream. Doug Poole, good to see ya. All right, everything sounds good. Fan freaking tastic. A couple of things I want to get out of the way first. I'm actually feeling a little under the weather. I actually have been for the past couple of days, so I hope that I can at least try to still make this a rather entertaining stream. But like I did before, my last live stream, I reviewed three of my APA matches. Two of them were 9 ball and one of them was 8 ball. And I was able to use that live stream to clip out those individual matches so that I could just post them as separate videos rather than spending hours upon hours trying to do post production and trying to nicely edit them all together and try to be quote unquote a little bit more professional in the way that I presented it. And doing a live stream like this just saved me a ton of time, like a whole lot of time. I still had to do some editing on the 9 ball matches because I couldn't really control the cue ball diagram in real time while I was trying to keep score. But when I did the 8 ball match, I did try to control the cue ball diagram in real time, and that worked out okay. And what I have for y'all tonight is three 8 ball APA matches. So I'll be trying to control the cue ball diagram during that. So this should be a lot of fun, and just like how I did before, there'll be some like small intermissions in between each of the matches, so we can talk. You can guys and gals can ask me questions or anything of the sorts. Let's see. Everybody's saying that I sound good. This is going to be excellent. And I want to address one thing that I already saw at the top, which was asking about my giveaway. So, a couple of announcements. First and foremost, on my community wall, I made an announcement that I just recently hit 70,000 subscribers, and I think the exact amount is like 70,300 and something. And I'm just trying my best, producing the content that I can produce to be able to hopefully achieve 75,000, because that's my next subscriber milestone, to where I'm going to be giving away this to a lucky subscriber. This is a 2x4 hard case made by Poison. Still has the tag on and everything, completely brand new. What's the term? It's never been fired and only dropped once. But I've at least filled it with a Poison shooting cue. I'll try to give y'all a little bit of a close-up here. I think this is called the Arsenic. I'm not entirely sure, or if I remember the model number for this, but in that post on my community wall is all of the links and stuff for the information about these. And then I have another Poison jump break cue. Remember here that this is the 3-piece one here, and this one is a silver color one with a green line, a green stripe going through the forearm of the cue. And then I think somewhere in here, I think it's in this pouch. Yeah, I have a tube of Predator chalk, and then I have a Poison glove. And I think the size on this one is, I don't know. Looks like the size part of it has been cut off. I don't know if this is a small, medium, or if it's a large glove. But this is going to go to a lucky subscriber the moment I reach 75,000 subscribers. So, if you are one of my subscribers, you can obviously help me out by, of course, sharing my content. And if you're not one of my subscribers and you want a chance to win this awesome stuff, then at least consider subscribing to me. This is not the first time I've actually done a giveaway. I've actually done multiple giveaways. Oops, sorry. On my channel. And this is just one of many. So I would really, really appreciate it. Now, one of my last videos where I had done a product review, and I'm going to be doing plenty more of product reviews. But this basically started one of the new trends that I'm going to have on my channel. Is this cue here? This is the J Flowers JF10-10F playing cue. Like I said, there's a video on my channel where I did a full-on review on this cue as to making sure that the specs that were told to me or that come on the certificate of authenticity were as accurate as they can be. And if the shaft was any quote-unquote shaft was any good, how does the cue feel in my hand, how does it play, etc., etc., because it's a $300 cue that comes with a carbon fiber shaft. And now I like the cue, but do I like the cue in comparison to what I normally play with? Well, I mean, I like what I normally play with. So is this something that I would basically replace what I have? Well, no, not at the moment. Do they have cues that I would consider replacing? Quite possibly, but I mean, I have the equipment that I have, and so that's that. But what I decided to do with this cue was to give this cue away when that video that I published reached 30,000 views. And as Boosted Hatch 69 already said in the chat, it's over 20,000. But here's the thing. The video is already almost a month old. And I arbitrarily just picked 30,000 views as quote-unquote the magic number to reach. And pretty much since it's reached the 20,000, it has just drastically slowed down. It pretty much has lost all of its momentum. It grabs a view here and there, which I'm obviously grateful for. So I don't see it reaching 30,000 anytime soon. But that doesn't mean I'm going to wait, which means this weekend, I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be Saturday or Sunday. I'll make like some sort of announcement either later tonight after the live stream or maybe sometime tomorrow of when I will go live again to select the winner of that cue, despite the fact that it didn't reach 30,000 views. And like I said, it'll be a live stream. If you have not seen that video, then I highly suggest that you go and watch it. If you're not a subscriber, I highly suggest that you subscribe. Make sure that your subscription list is public, and then leave a comment on that video. What you think of the product, what you think of the tests that I ran it through, blah, blah, blah. Because I'm going to randomly select one of the comments out of that video, and if I can verify that you're one of my subscribers, you'll be the winner of that cue. And then shortly after I give that cue away, would you guess? I have another one. This is another J-Flower cue. These nice little trident looking points here. This is another $300 cue that comes with a carbon fiber shaft. Now, if you haven't seen the product review or you don't know a thing about J-Flowers or anything like that, you might be wondering, well, why on earth is a cue that looks like this, that looks as sweet as this and comes with a carbon fiber shaft, $300? Well, as I said in the video, these inlays, they're not inlays. They're decals, overlays, or whatever. I think even some people want to try to refer to them as stickers, right? And so some people might say like that's a huge turnoff. Like why would I spend $300 on a cue that doesn't even have real inlays? And I mean, you're right for the most part, but the fact that it comes with a carbon fiber shaft and it's a decent carbon fiber shaft? Does the butt of the cue really matter to you? I mean, if it does, it does. People are different, but considering that you can't even get a carbon fiber shaft for less than $400, getting a full-fledged cue for $300, I think that's a I think that's a pretty sweet deal. It basically becomes a really good introduction type of cue, especially if you want to be able to try out carbon fiber, because otherwise you're more than welcome to spend what, $500 or $400 on just a shaft alone, or potentially spend anywhere between what, $800 to $1,000 for most of the high quality carbon fiber cues from all of the other competitors. Ryan Ott, you want to know what is the point of the carbon fiber shaft? Um, Low deflection, first and foremost, comparable to most low deflection wooden shafts. So that way you don't have to account for so much cue ball deflection and cue ball squirt when you're using front hand English whenever you try to apply side spin on the cue ball. But the main thing I think that just separates the carbon fiber from your variety of like wooden shafts is maintenance, right? Over the course of time, dirt and stuff will eventually collect inside of a wooden shaft. You'll have to clean it multiple times, et cetera, et cetera. Carbon fiber shafts are less prone to dings and nicks and stuff if the cue were to get knocked over. So it's an overall durability difference, I would say, between the two. For the longest time, I used to play with wooden shafts back when I had my Vikings, my Shawns, and cues that I've shot with in the past. And then when I decided to try carbon fiber, I just haven't looked back. And would I ever decide to go back to using wooden cues? I mean, at the moment, I would probably say no. But I mean, who knows? It's certainly possible. That I might. But as I said before, because I do want to get started on the actual live stream, and let's actually review some matches and stuff for the first J Flower Q, the JF10-10FQ. Like I said, go through my YouTube channel. Obviously not now. Stick around for the stick around for the live stream. But when the live stream is over, go look for that product review video. And if you haven't commented, if you haven't subscribed, and I'm not saying just obviously go and do it, but if you want a chance to be able to win the queue, then you certainly might want to consider watching the video, subscribing to the channel, giving the video a thumbs up, and then of course leaving a comment, because it's basically just some simple actions that I merely ask for just for you to have the chance to possibly win the queue. I don't think it's really too much to ask. All right, let's see here. Anybody asking any questions? Oh, we got my buddy Ron Sheldon, the pool player working to improve. This is another fellow YouTuber that has been working really hard, basically vlogging on his YouTube channel about his progress that he has made throughout his pool journey, because he's only been starting to play pool since I think it was February of this year. He just recently acquired 1,000 subscribers, so congratulations, Ron, on that. If any of y'all in the live chat right now have never seen or heard of his YouTube channel, go over there and have a look. Like I said, I'm not one to say go and follow, go and subscribe, etc., etc. Go over there, look at his content. If you happen to like his content and you want to follow him along, then of course consider give him a subscription and help build his following up. Rick Ward, you said that you bought one and it plays comparable to your low deflection Viking. I mean, there you go, right? Because I certainly don't want to like come off as like some sort of authoritarian saying like, I am who I am. I have my reputation, and say, look, these are great and wonderful cues, because obviously I can do that. But hopefully y'all would know that I also mean that. And then of course, if you start hearing other people say the same thing, then that's great and wonderful. But rest assured, there will be people out there that'll just pick up the cue and go like, yeah, I don't like it, because that's normal. It's just going to be personal preference, and I think that's perfectly okay. So, is everybody ready to look at some matches and see me fumble trying to keep track of the score? And at least with 8-ball, it's going to be easier, right? I don't have to update the score until the rack's over. Hopefully the innings will be easier to track so long as I'm not, engaging with the live chat, etc., etc. And then, of course, I will be trying to move the cue ball diagram in hopes of that you will be able to learn something and obviously enjoy what you're watching, especially when I mess up. I mean, I have a rather decent reputation, and so whenever I play quote unquote badly or miss shots that I probably shouldn't be missing, it's kind of humorous because I'm human and I'm going to do stuff like that quite often, and it's okay. But before we get started, one thing I would like to ask though is I see that we have 36 viewers in here and I only have 12 likes for the live stream. At the very least, can we at least push the likes up to 50%? At the very least. So if you're in here, especially for the first time, you've heard about the giveaways and stuff, and you've heard about what I'm going to be doing, at least for this live stream. And of course, you like what's going to happen here. Hopefully, you're going to be able to enjoy and learn something. Hit that thumbs up. Let's push those likes up. If there's 36 of y'all in here, I would hope to at least see at least 18 likes. And as time goes by, if more and more people start showing up and the likes don't match a 50% ratio, remind people in the chat, just give this video a thumbs up as time goes by. And then of course throughout the duration of the live stream, if you're not a follower, and consider following the channel and giving me a subscription. That'd be great. All right, so let's do this. Whee! So here is going to be the first match of the evening. In this matchup here, I am playing up against a skill level 6. So this is going to be a race to 5-4. Hopefully y'all can see up here. It's going to be my 5 to their 4. And if you're new to the stream, the big 0 that's actually above this that I can't move my cursor over because the scoreboard sits on top of the cursor is the number that I use to track the number of innings. And obviously this 0 over here is to track my score. And this 0 over here is to track my opponent's score. And then, of course, you see the cue ball diagram. Let's see here. Let me try to do this because now what I should be able to do with the cue ball diagram is grab this little red dot here and tell you when I'm using top spin, when I'm using bottom spin, left spin, or right spin, or everywhere in between. And most of the time, I do try to be rather accurate when I say how much spin I'm applying. Like if I tell you I use very little top spin, then it would look something like this, versus if I use extreme top spin, it would look something like this, etc., etc. Now, mind you, this matchup here comes from the summer of 2021, and we're currently in the fall of 2021. So this is an old match. So I'm going to be surprised if I can remember everything that happened to its entirety. So it happened during the last live stream where I basically said, I think I'm doing this, and then when you watch the cue ball reaction, it's completely different. To where it's like, oh, I think I'm using top left, and it turns out to be top right, etc., etc. So any type of blooper that I think that occurs during this live stream is going to be rather funny and hopefully at least entertaining. Versus when I do post production, there's not really any type of bloopers, right? Because I watch the video ahead of time. I try to make sure I understand what's happening so I can properly commentate, properly show what English I'm showing, etc., etc. And most of the reactions that are in post-production videos just aren't as genuine as what's going to happen here, right? Because if I don't remember something and like, oops, this this stuff happens here, then you're going to see some genuine reactions out of me, which I think makes it all the more entertaining. And I've actually enjoyed doing it this way better. It gets to include everybody else here, and it kind of gives you a peek on the inside as to like how I do my videos. Because right now, not only am I streaming to YouTube, but I'm also recording what's happening here, so that way I can do the post-production of cutting each match into their own individual segments and then posting them as their own video. So let's begin here. Race to 5-4. I won the coin flip. I think at this time we were still doing coin flips, but when I eventually catch up and we get some more recent matches, you're actually going to get to see some lagging finally. So this is going to be good. So I won the coin flip, and this is during a session where I am using my classic break. So that's why you see that the cue ball is lined up with the one diamond to the left of center, because anybody that follows me knows that I like to break on the left side of the table, or my left side of the table, and two diamonds up. And I'm always trying to hit the head ball here slightly off to the left of center, just ever so slightly. So that way, when I apply just a touch of topspin, the weight of the rack pushes the cue ball back, and then my touch of topspin hopefully holds the cue ball here near the center of the table. And since the only variable that is uncontrollable by me is the rack, how many gaps are in the rack accidentally left by my opponent? Because, I mean, we're not trying to bad rack each other on purpose. Like, that would be totally uncalled for. But the rack's not going to be perfect. And so what I tend to do during League is I start off usually with a rather controlled break. And then depending upon how the rack reacts, then I might start adding more and more power as time goes by. But typically, when I'm doing the classic break, I'm trying to count on at least 5 balls to do predictable paths. And that'll be for the head ball to head towards this side pocket here, since I am breaking on, or I'm slightly cutting the head ball on the left side. The balls that are in the second row will hopefully track towards their respective side pockets. And then the corner balls here will go 4 rails and then head towards their respective corner pockets as well, provided, of course, nothing gets in the way. So let's begin, and let's see how the match goes, especially how my first break goes. So like I said, a little bit of topspin. Let's see if I can hold the cue ball near the center of the table. Kind of like that. Like I said, you can see that the weight of the rack pushes the cue ball back, and then it slightly pushes back forward. Ideally, I would like it to be more right here. But you can see I didn't make a ball, right? And like I said, with the rack not being a template rack, you know, there's a lot of luck that's going to be involved with the break. But the biggest thing that I at least try to control is to see if I can get that head ball to go into the side pocket. Now, you just saw my opponent tried to make an opening shot by playing the 3 ball into the side pocket, and he missed. So that will be 1 inning here. And so with an open table, I come and try to see if I can try to steal solids, and I'm eyeballing that 2 ball right now from here. So if I remember correctly, I think all I try to do is just kind of hold the cue ball. So since I'm elevated over a ball, I don't really try to use any side spin, because that can accidentally cause me to masse the cue ball if I use any type of side spin. So I try to just roll the ball in, and as you can see, I just missed that one there. So off to a pretty slow start. And so now my opponent gets to come in here, and he's just going to steal solids from me. That's just rude. I wanted solids. Okay, so anybody that knows me knows that whenever I'm playing 8-ball, or just in general, I mean, it's not just me, it's just in general, when I'm watching my opponent, I'm always curious as to how far they're actually thinking ahead. And so the first thing I'm wondering is, what does my opponent plan on doing with the 8-ball, since all of the other solids are pretty much out in the open, right? Does he have some sort of route? As you can see, he's doing a pretty good job clearing the table, but does he have some sort of route that's going to allow him to finish the table? Because if he doesn't, then what he ends up doing is making the table easier for me, because I have a feeling I'm going to come back to the table if I start detecting that he does not have a plan for that 8-ball. So here you can see he used the 3-ball to help break out his 6-ball. So now if his 6-ball was blocked by my stripe, it ain't blocked anymore. So now, but what do you do in this situation? Right? This is the hard thing that actually occurs when you are higher up on the skill level ladder of APA. At the lower end of the skill level, strategies like this is perfectly fine. Like, get your soldiers off the table, etc., etc., because more than likely you're going to come back to the table. But when you're at the higher level, it's not the most ideal strategy to have. You can see there, my opponent does a really good cut shot making the 6-ball, but then unfortunately scratches and gives me ball in hand with no real obstacle for me. But as we've done before, I'm actually going to pause this here. You can already see that what I'm attempting to do is to start with the 14 ball. But I want to back up a little bit, because with ball in hand, I did this last time on my last live stream. what pattern would everybody try to do here? Or would y'all start with the 14 ball? Would y'all attempt to start with a different ball? This is where I'd like to get the viewers' interactions to go with this, because I think this is really good to see other types of ideas, because I always like to say there's really no right or wrong idea. There's really no right or wrong pattern to be able to run this out, but there is an optimal pattern. There's a very easy pattern, or there an easier pattern that actually can be to win the entire rack, to run to a certain spot and play defensive, or whatever. But what does everybody see here? Ball in hand, stripes. What ball would y'all start with, and what pattern would y'all potentially run? And then where do you think the 8 ball would possibly go after that? So, spoiler alert, I'm already starting with the 14 ball. We already saw that. So what does everybody think? Give y'all just a couple of seconds. Ron Sheldon's saying work those 3 in the clutter first. Which ones are we talking about, Ron? Are we talking about these 3 here, which includes the 8 ball, or are we talking about these 3 here that includes my opponent's solid? Ryan Ott, I like your suggestion, starting with the hardest shot, so that would be any ball that's in a bind with another ball, right? And that's basically what I always like to teach to my APA teammates, is to start with the hardest ball, that is the hardest ball to play position on, because since you have ball in hand, you can pretty much start in that position. But balls that are pretty much cluttered up and don't really have a path to a pocket, clearly you can't start with that ball. But what you can start with is hopefully a ball that's near that clutter, make that ball, and then break out the clutter at the same time. Yeah, unfortunately, Ryan, this video here and the next one that I have lined up are side view of the table here, so the camera is a bit far away. But then there's one, the last one that I have for tonight is actually looking down the table, and the resolution and the quality of the video is actually much, much better. And it's using the same exact camera. So it's actually funny to see how obviously distance affects the quality of the video, but this is what we have to work with here. So far we Hector at least agrees that starting with the 14 in the corner. But what would basically, let me summarize this, is what would be the last ball to play for the 8 ball, right? So y'all think of that as I allow this to now play on. So like I said, I'm already going to start with the 14 in the corner. And the thing is about that 12 ball, the 12 ball really only has half of a pocket because of the 9 ball. So when I place my cue ball on the table, I'm actually going to play the 14 ball in such a way to where I'm going to bump the 12 ball past the 7 ball, so that way it can actually go into the other corner pocket behind the 7 ball here. Just like that. So now the 12 ball can go into the corner pocket. I don't have to worry about trying to play it in the same corner pocket as the 9 ball. But since I've now dealt with that clutter, I'm now at an angle to where I can deal with this other clutter here, the 10 and the 11. And if memory serves correctly, I do decide to shoot the 10 ball into the, I'm going to refer to upper right corner, top middle, upper left, bottom middle, and bottom right. I do believe I shot the 10 ball into the upper right corner pocket. There it looks like I glanced at the 11, but I'm pretty sure I was settled in on the 10 ball. And it looks like I just have a center ball hit on this one. Yeah, so 10 goes in the upper right, and you can see that the angle of which the cut was causes the cue ball to bump right into the 11 ball. So now I'm just having to glance to see at my 12 and my 9 to figure out what the rest of my transitions were. And here is what I remember my actual plan was, because I do end up calling an audible here, or not here, but I call an audible during the entire run out. I'm going to play the 11 ball into the side pocket, and I have topspin on this cue ball because I want to push the cue ball to the side rail and have it come all the way back up and get position for this ball right here. It doesn't quite get there. I can still shoot it, but transitioning from that ball to any of the other stripes now is a little bit more difficult than I would like, because let me go ahead and pause this here. What the actual run out was supposed to be, if I would have at least executed this correctly, was for the cue ball to be right about here. So that way I can either shoot this ball in here, and depending upon how exactly straight I am, I can just follow up either on the short side of the 9 ball, or if I have the proper angle that I want, get over here for the 9 ball as well. Either way, the 9 ball would go into either of these corner pockets. This ball here, the 12 ball, was going to be the ball that I used as my key ball to get on the 8. Because regardless of which pocket I were to shoot the 9 ball in, the idea was to get this position here on the 12 ball. Shoot the 12 ball past the 7 as intended, so that way the cue ball naturally will come out over here, so that way I can shoot the 8 into the corner pocket. That was at least the original plan. Hector Montalvo, like you're saying right now, if I were to play this ball here with top left, you're certainly correct. That is a possibility. I just didn't really like the idea of, if I execute this shot, shoot this ball in, and the cue ball hits that 8, what happens after that? Unless I'm doing a precise hit on where the 8 is going to be, and what kind of shape could I possibly get on my 9 and my 12. That was the main deterrence as to why I did not shoot the ball that I was trying to get position on. So let's see how the rest of the run out looks. Or do I run out at all? Right? Because you can see now I'm going to end up shooting the 12 ball. So all I do is just use a small rolling cue ball, so just a little bit of topspin here, because obviously I'm going to try to get position on the 9. And then so that obviously means that I think this is the 15 ball that's right here. That is going to be the last ball. So we can see, though, I can't shoot the 8 ball into this corner pocket because it's blocked by the 7, but it does have a path here for this corner pocket. So ideally, I would want to have some sort of position on the 15 ball. Like what I tried to do there with a little bit of top right spin was to get slightly behind the 15 ball, so that way when I shoot the 15 ball into this pocket here, I can just drag the cue ball over here so I can shoot the 8 over here. But I didn't get that position, right? So here I am making audible after audible. So my cue ball control really just isn't on par right now. But what I end up trying to do here is play this shot here with some top right spin, and you're about to see why. As the cue ball transitions around, starts to flirt with the side pocket, but I do manage to avoid the scratch, and I have position on the 8 ball to go into the corner pocket. Now, typically in APA, you're supposed to use some sort of personal item to mark the pocket at which you're going to be going to with, but me and my opponent were perfectly fine with just calling the pocket without any type of discrepancy or anything like that. So I just call it into the upper left corner pocket, take the first match down 1-0, and we're currently on 2 innings. So from here, I'm just going to speed up, get past the rack, and get to where I'm actually breaking again. So let's see if I can make either of those 5 balls that I was talking about. Looks like I almost made the ball that was in the second row, but I did drop a stripe at least. So it looks like I'm going to be stripes. So immediately, I'm thinking about, what am I going to do with this guy? What am I going to do with this guy? And really, this is the only ball here, the 15 ball, that'll grant me access to either of these. And so that's why I think I am shooting this right now. I think the thing is which ball am I trying to break out? That was most likely done with top left spin. I'm more than certain I'm probably trying to break this guy up here, but I end up miscuing. So I don't, not only do I not make the ball, I don't even get the breakout that I was looking for. But at least I didn't foul. So my opponent comes to the table. He has solids. And so he's got to be asking himself the same exact question. What is he going to do here? And what is he going to do here? And at least the 7 ball allows him to break out his 3 ball if he plays it off the 3. But it looks like he might be shooting at the 7 ball now. And not entirely sure if he actually meant that. I'm pretty sure he was actually trying to cut it here into the bottom right corner pocket, but my ball happened to help it in. So now it looks like he's going to be playing the 4 ball into the upper right corner pocket. Looks like he can just allow the cue ball just to go from side to side. pretty much like that. You can see he's gesturing because he wants to be able to get position on the one ball, but he looks okay. It looks like he can still see it, but it looks like ideally he wanted the cue ball to be somewhere right around here. And you know what? I'm just now noticing that I'm going to make the chat a tad bit smaller. Hopefully it'll still be viewable. So that way we're not covering up the pocket. So this is kind of the same thing, right? I would hope that if I'm rooting for my opponent, that he has to have a plan for those two solids that are actually cluttered up. Here it looks like he's going to shoot the one ball into the corner pocket. Good shot there, but he ends up scratching. So how do I deal with my two troubled balls here? I have ball in hand, so at the very least, I can probably play this ball here into this corner pocket, but then what do I do here? That's why you see me looking at it. And I always try to say that when you identify trouble spots, you need to try to deal with them as soon as possible, if the table allows you to do that. If it doesn't, then more than likely, you shouldn't just be making balls just to make balls, because like I said, all you're really doing is making the table easier for your opponent when you give the table back to them. Matt303, you're asking me if I play BCA? I absolutely play BCA. We have a weekly Sunday league that me and some friends play on as a team. So what you see me doing here is I'm going to try to play that first ball that's cluttered up here, and I actually have some left spin on this cue ball because I'm cutting this ball down into this corner pocket and trying to spin the cue ball back over to break out my 14 ball, but as you can see, I used too much left spin, so I missed the breakout altogether. So now I have to try to figure out, am I going to run the table? And if so, what's the next ball I'm going to try to use to break this out? And how? Because otherwise, I need to stop what I'm doing right now and just play some sort of safety. But typically, I'm a pretty aggressive player when I play 8-ball, and that's why you see me play this 10-ball here into the corner pocket, and I have some bottom spin on the ball, because the position that I have now on this stripe here is what I try to use to attack that clutter. So right here, you see me measuring to see where the cue ball will approximately go if I were to shoot that ball into the side pocket, and then will I get the breakout? So I am going to be shooting this stripe here into the corner, or I'm sorry, into the side pocket. And I do believe I tried to use a little bit of bottom spin to make sure that I avoid hitting the 8-ball here. And I have to make sure that I hit the side rail. Obviously, I don't want to scratch. But the idea is to try to get the cue ball to come down here, hit the side rail, and then break out my 14 ball. Pretty much like that, but I end up missing the shot, so it doesn't matter. Successful at the breakout, probably wouldn't have even had a shot if I would have made the ball that I was trying to make, but who knows. Now, I did forget that after my opponent scratched, that was supposed to be another inning, so I do believe we're on 3 innings. Now my opponent gets to come back to the table, and now there's not really an issue on the table. He just has to be able to work out a pattern, a route to be able to finish the table. So here it looks like he might be starting with the 2-ball. Nicely plays the 2-ball into the bottom right corner pocket and gets really good position on the 5-ball. That was an excellent shot. So from here, I would imagine that he's obviously going to transition back to the other end of the table to try to deal with his 6 and his 3. I would imagine he has to have some sort of left spin on this cue ball. Maybe not. Can he see enough of the 3-ball to shoot it into the bottom left? That's awfully risky there. I would have imagined that he probably would have tried to get position around here for the 6-ball. But if he's... What is he shooting at? Oh, what a shot. But this is what I mean by risky. I think he got the position. He has position on the 3-ball, but that's what I mean by risky. If he would have just not hit it correctly, meaning choosing the right amount of power, he'd be hooked behind the 8. Does he make this ball? He does make the ball. Gets decent position on the 8. 8-ball should be going into the top left corner pocket. Before we go to the next track, I actually want to go back to these 3 transitional shots. And nice out by my opponent. Okay, so that's at least going to put him up 1-1, and I think we're on 3 innings. But like I said, I want to go back to, let's see here. I want to go back to this shot here. Because what I thought my opponent was going to do was play his ball into the corner pocket and have his cue ball do something like this. That's what I at least thought, or that's at least what I would probably try to do here. So that way playing position on the 3 ball is relatively easy. Whether or not I get straight in, like that might be a bit too much to ask for. But if I have any type of angle to attack the 6, if I don't get position, maybe I get position on the 3, one or the other. Because that way, at least, I feel like I might be just in a little bit more control of the cue ball to where I don't have to worry about how when he shot that 6 ball, he was able to nicely make the 6 ball into the corner pocket. And when his cue ball did this, like I said, if he would have just chosen the wrong power, he would have just been hooked behind the 8 ball and wouldn't have had access to his 3. That was really the only reason why I would suggest probably playing the other alternative. It's obviously great that he got out, right? But it was just a little too risky, which is why I said before that I don't really believe that there's a quote-unquote right and wrong way to play your outs. There's just easier ways to play your outs or less riskier ways to play your outs. And so that's why I would suggest this. Would any of y'all agree with that, or would y'all have attempted to play the way that he played? Like, I can't really tell. Like, maybe he was trying to get position on the 3. Like, that's a possibility if he would have just gotten just a little bit closer here and then play the 3 ball like this. So that way he can probably do something like this for the 6. I'm not entirely sure, but this is all like in retrospect of what could have happened versus what was he actually trying to do. So I hope that makes sense, though. Like I said, ideally, I think I would have tried to play position here for the 6 and or the 3, but it was still a job well done on my opponent. So let's move on to his break. All right, you can see he's breaking more from the middle of the table. I always love seeing pool players that do that, like literally, like just javelin their cue across the table as they're trying to generate so much power into their break. Let's see here. Did he make anything? I guess not. I guess he broke dry. So that would be 4 innings. I'm coming to the table here, and it looks like I'm eyeballing stripes. So it looks like I start with the 15 ball, and all I do is just slightly draw the cue ball back. What in the world was I playing position for? It must have been for the combo. But you can see here, I've got 2 trouble spots to deal with. The 8 ball is considered a trouble spot because I have to play the 8 ball in order to win the rack, and then I've got this little small clutter right here. But looks like I tried to play the combo and draw the cue ball back, and I ended up missing the combo. So now my opponent gets to come to the table with solids. And he's got a fairly decent spread of solids, but again, what does he do here? This is immediately what I would be trying to put my attention towards. So he makes that ball in the corner, gets automatic position on the 6. So like, for example, actually I have to stop this here and let's go back and look. You can see he's got an easy ball here, and there's nothing wrong with, in my opinion, with shooting this ball. What is important is the type of position he gets on this 6 ball, right? Because he already knows that that's the ball that he wants to use next, or that he wants to play next. So what I would tend to do is make sure that if I play this 4 ball, I want to make sure that my cue ball either lands on the rail so that I'm behind the 6. And why do I want to be behind the 6? Because I want to be able to play the 6 ball into the corner pocket and naturally have my cue ball just come over here and just break this stuff up. I don't want to just play position on the next ball just so that I can play the ball, because like I said, I'm concerned about the trouble spots because I'm trying to win the game right then and there when I come to the table, unless I'm able to identify that I can't win the game, because then what I'm going to do is maybe play a ball or 2 and then play some sort of defensive shot by pushing one of my balls closer to a pocket, maybe slightly breaking out a clutter, or just doing something that hopefully will improve the position of the table so that hopefully when I get back to the table, then I'll be able to run the table. So I hope that makes sense. All right, so he's fairly straight on this 6 ball. I wouldn't be able to tell whether or not if he can just force this ball in and force the angle to be able to break out his 1 and his 5. but it looks like he's got a little bit of topspin on the cue ball. And all he does is just push it forward so that way he has position on maybe the 7 ball. Now, I don't know. Ideally, I would think maybe he should consider play safe here. He could push the 5 ball. Let me go ahead and pause this here. He could push the cue ball into the 5, have the 5 run into the 3, and then just marry the cue ball up next to his 1 and 5. Hopefully get ball in hand, and then maybe be able to deal with the table then and there. Because at this point in time, if he does play this 7 ball into the side pocket, I'm just not seeing how he's going to break out the 1 and the 5. Right? So even if he made that shot, he has a shot at the 2 ball, and then what? Right? 2 balls will be 2 balls less will be on the table. Again, making the table easier for me to hopefully run. So these are hopefully strategies that everybody that's in here watching can hopefully benefit from. Because like this is ideally how I would advise that you try to attack the table. All right, so I think that's 5 innings. Let's see here. It looks like I've got some topspin on this 10 ball here, so the cue ball will be rolling forward. What am I trying to do? Am I trying to get underneath the 9? Oh, never mind. I cut that 10 to the corner. What was I trying to do? Maybe I was trying to get position on this ball here. There's no way I'm cutting that 10 ball to the corner and getting position on the 9. Not with that cut angle. So I really don't remember what it was I was trying to do there. Let's see here. What are we doing? Are we playing a bank shot? I'm gonna go back and look at that again. He tries to bank the ball, I'm guessing, in the bottom right corner pocket. I don't know. I kind of feel like if I was in his shoes, I would try to bank the 7 ball into the cross side pocket here, and then try to get the cue ball to go 3 rails around and come back up here for this ball here. Mainly because if I do miss, then the 7 ball is getting closer and closer to my whole problem area, and I'm not stuck with a ball that's sitting down here at this end of the table that at some point in time I would have to go deal with. I think that would be the only reason why I would want to bank the 7 ball into the side pocket. And if I make the ball, then cool, because then I'm now closer to my stuff. And that's no different than what he did here. He's got the cue ball closer to his remaining solids, but since he missed the ball, he still has a ball at the other end of the table that he has to be able to address at some point in time if I allow him to come back to the table. All right, so y'all can see that I've got this ball here that I can easily shoot at, but I'm not going to do that. Usually when I have a ball that's easy, I still try to focus on what can I possibly do with this here. So the question is, am I going to shoot this so I can try to maybe get position on this ball here so that I can maybe break out my clutter? Who knows? I don't even remember. What am I doing? You can see we got topspin on the ball. What am I doing? Okay, so I played that ball on the side. So now I got to worry about this guy, which hopefully I can use the 14 ball to do that with. Let's see. This looks like a stun shot. I think I'm just going to try to pull the cue ball over to the other side of the table to get position on the knife, but I dodged the ball. Okay. All right, so let's see. Now I'm selling out to my opponent because now he gets to deal with the ball that I said that it's at the other end of the table, and now he doesn't have to worry about ever being at this end of the table ever again, unless, of course, a ball happens to make its way down there. But still, he needs to be figuring out what to do with this. Okay, it looks like he's going to try to play the 2 ball into the corner pocket. Can he squeeze past my 10? He can. All right, so unfortunately, should he have made the 2 ball? That's really the question. Because what are the odds of being able to play the 3 ball and break this out and get a shot at the same time? Right? If you end up being honest with yourself and calculating to yourself that the percentages are low, because look, he tries to break it out, so good effort. But if you could be honest with yourself and say to yourself, I can or cannot do this stuff, then that's going to alter your decision on whether or not you're going to play the balls that which you played. Because again, all you're doing is making the table easier for your opponent, which that's something you just don't want to do. Sometimes you can't help it though. you're not always going to be able to like implement the strategy at which I'm talking about. It all just depends on what the table allows you to do. So there you see I play the 10 ball into the corner pocket. I think I must have had a little bit of top right spin on that one there. And now I've got position on this stripe here, and I've got a lot of draw on this ball. Why do I have a lot of draw on this ball? Y'all can guess. I'm trying to deal with that trouble ball, right? And I managed to at least get some sort of position on it to where I can deal with it right now and try to shoot it into the bottom right corner pocket. So I've done at least the strategy at which I tried to play my game at. So I am going to try to cut this ball in. I think this is with a little bit of inside spin, so that way I can get position on either of the last two stripes. Nope, never mind. That was outside spin, and not only that, I just missed the ball altogether. So that's what I'm saying. I thought I was putting inside spin so that way the cue ball can come this way. Instead, the cue ball comes this way, and I completely blow or get wrong with the side spin that I had on the cue ball. Okay, sweet bank shot by my opponent. Holds position for the 5 ball. Should be relatively easy for him to hold position for the 8 ball and then take the lead 2-1. Can't complain about that. And there we go. Nicely done by my opponent. Okay. Let's see another, the Superman break. Dun, da, da, da. It's a powerful break. Really, but the only reason why I say this is it's a powerful break, but when you have that much power in the break, it's really hard to control your cue ball, right? Does he expect the cue ball to be here? Chances are probably not. It doesn't look like he made a ball, so another dry break. I get to come to the table here. I get to start from a rather difficult position. Let's see here. Can't really decide what I'm going to do here, and I think, what am I doing? I think I'm trying to back cut that 1 ball into the bottom right corner pocket. Yep, that's what I'm trying to do. I was probably hoping that I would run into the 15 ball, and I end up scratching right off of the opening shot. Ball in hand for my opponent. All right, so now, open table, ball in hand. What do you do here? You take solids or stripes, and then of course, what order do you play your set in? If I had to guess, solids is the best, and my opponent happens to agree. I say solids the best because of this 10 ball. Right? There's no real ideal pocket. Maybe you can try to play a ticky shot off of the 7 to go into the corner pocket, but at least with solids, provided that you have a good cue ball, all you have to do is just get the positions that you're looking for. He plays the 3 in the side pocket. I'm curious as to when he's going to come down here and deal with the 1 ball. Looks like he's going to play the 7 ball. That's going to free the pocket up for the 7. And it looks like he comes down table to try to deal with the 1 ball, which I think is a rather smart decision to do. He just loses control of the cue ball and scratches. So, same drill. I have ball in hand. I don't really have any issues, especially now that that 7 ball is gone. What kind of pattern would you possibly run, and where does the 8 ball go? So, 9 ball can be a little tricky because I don't remember if it goes past the 2 ball or not. So I think that's why I'm electing to play the 13 ball into the corner pocket first. And I do believe I try to get position on the 9. But as you can see, this is something I always do when I come to the table. Even in 9 ball, I do the same exact thing. I pretty much try to figure out what is the entire route. I just don't say that I'm going to shoot the ball that I want to shoot at, wait for the cue ball to stop moving, and then figure out what to do next. If I'm able to do so because the table allows me to do it, I'm going to plan out the entire route all the way to the 8 ball in order to finish the game. Or I'm going to plan an entire route to where I know I'm going to play safe once I make like 2 or 3 balls. All right, so let's see here. It looks like I am allowing the cue ball to just gently roll forward, so that was just pretty much a center ball hit, but it's not for the 9 ball. It looks like it's for, excuse me, it looks like it's for the 11 ball. Looks like a little bit of topspin on this one. I must be playing the 10 ball next. When am I going to deal with the 9? Maybe I'm going to do it now. Unless the 9 passes by the 2. When exactly am I going to deal with the 9 ball? And see right there. Look, I'm checking to see if the 9 passes the 2. If the 9 passes the 2, then I don't really have an issue. What is that? I can't tell what kind of spin that is. Let's watch the cue ball. Okay, a little bit of center right. Looks like I came out for the 12. What is that? I think that's the 12 ball. The 12 ball is going to be going into the side pocket. If that 9 ball passes by the 2 ball, I must be playing this with, well, never mind. That looks like it was pretty much a stun shot. Gives me position on the 15. This must mean my 9 ball is going to be last. Looks like I have a little bit of draw on this one to get position on the 14. And it doesn't look like I got the position I was looking for. I'm pretty sure I wanted the cue ball to be right about here. If I had to guess, the cue ball is supposed to be right here so I can shoot the 14 into the corner pocket, get position on the 9 to shoot into this corner, and then roll up right about here for the 8 in the side. But now it looks like I'm going to be cutting the 14 ball over here. What kind of spin do I have there? Oh, that's some bottom inside spin. Did y'all see how that cue ball flicked off that first rail? Look at this again. Right there. You see how that right spin just kicks right off that first rail? End up missing the shot, so, I mean, so what? And with the path of the cue ball, I had to have been betting that I was going to get position on the 9 ball somewhere right around here. But it didn't matter since I missed. Okay, so relatively open table for my opponent. Looks like I'm guessing my 14 ball blocks his path. He needs to the 4 since he's looking at a 5-2 combination. Let's see here. Yep, 5-2 combination. Good shot. Looks like he's got position on the 4. With this angle that he has here, I'm coming down here for the 1 ball. Right? See how he was able to come to the side rail? I would probably put a little bit of bottom left and have it come hit the rail here and then come down here and play the 1 ball. The 5 ball is pretty much a sitting duck for me, so that way I can play from the 5 to the 6, and the 6 would be the last ball that I would play to play the 8. It looks like he came a little short as he was trying to play from the 6 to the 5, and so he ideally wants to use the 1 ball to play as the key ball to get position on the 8. Oh, man, an unfortunate scratch. Something you certainly don't want to do when I've only got 2 balls left on the table. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, simply put, y'all can see that I'm going to shoot the 9 first. Who would shoot the 14 first? I'm really curious on who would shoot the 14 first. And then, of course, what would you do? Because what I can tell you right now, my plan is to play the 9 into the corner pocket and just allow the cue ball to just drift forward here with a bit of topspin. And then that way I can just do the same exact thing, play the 14 ball into the side pocket and allow the cue ball to just drift forward for the 8 ball here into the corner pocket. Would anybody else play that route, or would they play a completely different route? And what would that route be? Because remember, there's no right or wrong answers, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking cue ball in hand, putting the cue ball right here, shooting the 14 into the side pocket, and have the cue ball roll forward. Make sure that you're not going to scratch, so that way you give yourself a small angle. Use a little bit of topspin. And that way you can just play a stop shot if you want on the 9 ball, or just have the cue ball dribble forward slightly and play the 8 over here. Perfectly fine. I really don't see an issue with that. The practice room pretty much agrees with that one. 14-9. Is this the route that you're talking about that you would do for the 14, 9, and the 8. Yeah, and then of course you're saying that it doesn't look like it passes. That's the whole thing about camera angles, especially if I'm going to be doing this via a live stream here on whether or not if I can see that the camera angle says like the ball goes or the ball doesn't go, et cetera, et cetera. But the 8 ball does pass by the 5 ball, and that's why I play the route that I play here. Like I said, but there's more than one way to do things. That's why people should not be discouraged on if they did an out and they got out, great. But was it the best out that you could have done? That's a learning thing. If you did a lot of work in order to be able to win your rack and you still won your rack, it's great that you won your rack. But try to look for those patterns to where you just don't have to put in a whole lot of work. And that's what makes the game look easy when you just don't really put in a lot of work. All right, let's get past this. All right, here we go. So this is my break. A little bit of topspin. Lose control of the cue ball as I hit too much on the left side, but I do at least make a ball. So that means what? I'm stripes? Do I even have a shot? I don't even think I have a shot. What do I do here? Arcade insert coin. I love that username. This is APA League, and APA League is typically played on 7-foot tables, and these are 7-foot diamond tables. Let's see. What in the world am I doing here? Oh, I can see the 9 ball. 9 ball goes into the side pocket. Looks like I just have some top spin on the ball. What did I get position for? I guess I got position on this guy here. Does that mean I'm just going to roll the ball in, have the cue ball come off the side rail, and get position on the 14 next? Looks like that maybe what I was trying to... Oh, never mind. I was trying to get... I remember now, because this is the video that I was going to say that I was going to title it, My Own Ball Gets in the Way, right? Because I'm trying to get position on this ball here, and I'm hooked behind my 14 ball. That's why you see me doing this elevated shot here. I'm actually going to try to masse around my 14 ball so that way I can try to make my 10 ball. And I believe I'm masseing with left spin. And it's good. I'm successful. But I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't be hooked behind my own ball in order to be able to shoot at one of my other balls. Now, because doing a masse shot like that, I have very little control on the cue ball. I'm obviously happy that I made the shot. I'm still at the table, and now I just have to take whatever the table gives me. Let's see here. It looks like I'm going to be playing the 15 ball into the bottom right corner pocket. Looks like I have a little bit of draw on this cue ball. I'm just going to be trying to get position on the 12. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I was trying to do, is get position on the 12. What the heck am I going to do with the 14? I obviously don't think I wanted to get the position that I got here. What am I trying to do with the 12 ball? Oh, are you serious? That means I must be using stun or center with some right spin. I'm going to try to thread the needle and go in between the 1 and the 3 and come back around for the 14. Ah, but I didn't want to run into it unless, of course, it goes. I think I was trying to get position on it to where I can either shoot the 14 ball into the side pocket or get somewhere behind it to where I can shoot it into the corners. Yeah, it doesn't go. The two ball ends up blocking it. And so the measurement that you saw me there was that the 14 ball is going to run into the 2 ball. And so what I end up trying to do with a lot of bottom spin, because I'm going to try to spin transfer top spin into the 14 ball. So that way when the 14 ball comes off the 2, hopefully I catch the left side of the 6 and get a little bit closer to the corner pocket, but I end up catching the right side of the 6. So it doesn't even matter. Now, everything that I've been preaching about to where it's like, if you don't finish the table, now my opponent's in that position. He's got a wide open table. So if he's not able to finish the table, there's nothing wrong with that. But he definitely needs to find a point to where he can play some sort of safety to where I have to kick at my ball or I have some sort of defensive shot that or thin cut shot, bank shot, or whatever. Because now I'm in the position to where I have to wait for him to make a mistake. And that is not a position I want to be in or a position that any of you would want to be in because you're not even in control of the rack anymore. So like that, obviously he wants to make the ball. It looks like he would have gotten position on the 6. I think he was trying to get position on the 1, but I am fortunate to get back to the table, right? Because technically speaking, I'm supposed to lose this rack. Let's see, what am I doing here? Looks like I've got just a little bit of a rolling cue ball. Play the 14 into the corner pocket, and I honestly don't know if I planned to run into the 7 ball so that way I can play the 8 ball into the side pocket. I just don't remember. All right, so that now puts me up 3-2. Right, but let's go back and look at this for a second. Right about here. This is pretty much when my opponent has full control over the table. Right, so long as they don't make mistakes, because that's the only thing that I can hope for in order to be able to come back to the table. Right, so he plays the 4 ball into the corner pocket, no issue there. Probably at least wanted the cue ball to roll a little bit more forward here. Now, when you're playing the next ball here, would you attempt to play a two-way shot in playing the 3 ball in such a way to where if you did miss, you're not selling out to your opponent? Or would you just play the 3 ball with all the confidence in the world and get the position that you want on the next ball? Because there is the concept of a two-way shot, but personally, I just don't like the idea of saying I'm going to do this in case I miss. Right? I just and I know it's a sound thing to have to play for two-way shots, but it's just the idea that if you're thinking negatively about the shot, then more than likely you're going to just manifest some sort of negative result. Right? He wants to make this 3 ball, and I can only guess that he was trying to get position on the 1 ball. Right? He just missed, and misses happen. Right? There's really like nothing wrong with that. Misses are going to happen. He happens to overcut the ball, and actually, now that I think about it, maybe he wasn't trying to get position on the 1. I think he was trying to get position on the 5, judging the path of the cue ball. All right. So what do y'all do when you're in situations like that? You see that you have the table. And I'm asking this despite your skill level. You see the pattern or you see the layout that my opponent has here. Like, do you just go all in and just try to go for it? Or do you just pick areas to where like you can just try to pick apart the table and then hopefully win by betting on that I'm not going to be able to kick at my ball, bank the ball in, or do whatever, right? Because I can't expect for anybody at any skill level to be able to run that particular layout out. But at any particular skill level, how would you attack the table? All right, that looked like a little bit of a cut break. So if I'm doing a cut break on that rack, that means I had to have a bit of a bottom left on the cue ball because I want the cue ball to come over to the side rail and back out. So I must have been cutting the head ball a little bit more than what I was doing at least on the first 2 racks. All right, so let's see here. I think I made both solids and a stripes, and it looks like I like stripes, and I'm going to be playing this ball here with some bottom spin and hold the cue ball. What is my pattern? Okay, I think that's the 10 ball next there, and I can see that I have some top spin on the cue ball. I must be playing position for the 13. Heck, even the 14 if I want to, but more than likely the 13. If I'm playing position for the 13, what's my next ball? And usually when I look at my own videos in retrospect and like right now I'm spending all this time here, this has to mean that I'm calling an audible. I didn't get precisely the position that I wanted on the 13 ball, so now I'm planning an entirely new route to hopefully try to finish the table. And I ended up shooting the 14 instead. What am I doing here? That looks like a bunch of top left spin on the cue ball. That is a bunch of top left spin on the cue ball. I got position on the 11. So what am I doing here? I don't even like this position. You can see there. You can tell by my body language. I didn't like what I got. So that means I'm shooting the 9. What am I doing? Is that a center ball hit? Yeah, a bit of a center ball hit. Don't allow the cue ball to roll. 11 ball to the 13. And where am I playing the 8? This is not if I'm gonna judge myself, this is not a really good pattern. I do not like the pattern that I played, especially now that I remember, especially when I did that. I was trying to draw the cue ball back to get position on the 13 ball, and I didn't even draw it enough. That last shot was done with some bottom spin, and I'm hooked behind the 8 ball. So now I remember that. So yeah, completely bad pattern done by me. Could have been done a lot better. So here's another masse shot. Go around the 8 ball and try to see if I can make the 13 ball into the corner pocket. I at least get a good hit. Right, but once again, back in the position that I don't want to be in, where I have to hope that my opponent makes a crucial mistake. So let's see what happens. Got a shot at the 1 ball, it looks like. Nicely done there. Probably wanted the cue ball to roll a little bit further. Had to have had a little bit of top left spin on that cue ball, I would think, for it to travel the way that it did. Now, how many of y'all would still try to make a ball, or how many of y'all would just tap the 6 and play safe? Right? He's got the 5, 7, and the 8 as blockers. It looks like he's going for a ball. Let's see what he does here. Goes for the 4 ball. I think he's at least safe, right? His 3 ball blocks my 13 ball. All right, but how many of y'all would have maybe elected to either play the 6 and play position for the next ball, or just tap the 6 and play safe? Like those, I think, would be 2 viable options in the position that he was in. So, if memory serves correctly, I can't bank the 13 ball. The 3 ball blocks the path for the bank. But I think what I end up trying to do is I bank the ball over to the other side, so that way the oh heck. I had this happen on the last live stream. Goodbye. Or actually, wait a minute. No. Where is it at? There we go. That person's gone. I had that happen on the last live stream to where like someone comes in with a very not politically correct username, and I end up having to kick them out of the live stream. And so now even when I clip this portion of the match out, um, I have to hide the name until it finally disappears off of the chat. Okay, so what happened here? I missed this. What is he doing? Makes a good shot at the 3 ball, gets decent position on the 6 ball. Looks like he's got a bit of bottom spin here. Going to be getting position on the 4 maybe. Ooh, I'm pretty sure he wanted that cue ball to draw back. Right? Do you play the 7 ball? You see him looking at it, or do you bank the 4? Do you cut the 4? Do you play safe? What are the options? What is it? What does everybody do in this position? Ooh, he's elevating his cue. What is he doing? He plays some sort of a defensive shot. Leaves me hooked behind the 5-7 and the 8. So I have to at least try to kick one rail. Let's see here. Clearly, I'm going to be going to the short rail and try to one rail kick my 13 ball. Where did I go? There I am. So this is more than likely done with top spin and usually a twist of right spin when I play kicks. Like I usually try to twist the ball and I end up missing the ball altogether. And so now my opponent has ball in hand. And actually he played his last safety, so I think that puts us on 3 innings or 13 innings. I hope I have the inning count correct, but inning count's not really relevant. So this almost looks like a drill. If he's going to start with the 4 ball, the 4 ball goes into the bottom middle, 5 ball goes into the top middle, 7 ball goes into the bottom middle, and then where does the 8 go? Right? This looks like a drill that you might see or that you might practice with. Right? And just allow the cue ball to follow forward for the 8 in the opposite side. Ooh, that's a bit of a thicker or thinner cut shot than I think he wanted. Okay, he's going to try to play the 8 in the top middle. Oh, and he undercuts the ball, and you can see he's not happy about that. Oh my goodness. I would have to say like that's a makeable ball, right? From almost anywhere where he was at. But I would have to say that the previous shot, I just think he probably just overcut the ball and allowed his cue ball to move just a bit too much. Oh, that was a drag shot. Let's look at that one more time. You see how much bottom spin I have on the cue ball? You would think that I'm trying to draw the cue ball, but you see how the cue ball just dribbles forward after it makes contact with the 13 ball? So that means I hit that ball in such a way to where the backspin, that's as it's going on its way to the 13 ball, dies out and it slides and then slowly starts to roll forward after that and give me the position that I have on the 8 ball there. Oh, what an unfortunate miss by my opponent. So I got super lucky on that one because I should have lost that match or that rack. Okay, so during this session here, when I'm on the hill, let me go ahead and stop the video here. When I'm on the hill, I do try to make the 8 ball on the break because in APA League, when you make the 8 ball on the break and you don't scratch, you do win the rack. If you make the 8 on the break and scratch, you lose the rack. So what I'm attempting to do here is to hit the ball that's in the second row, which is the 14 ball. I just want to make sure that I miss hitting the head ball, which is the 3 ball. And typically what I try to do is I put a little bit of bottom, or a lot of bottom, not a little bit. What is this person doing back in here? Let's see if I report them. Let's see here. This is going to be great when I have to clip this one out. Yep, that's not working either, so hide. And they're gone again. This is going to be great when I have to clip this out and people that watch the clipped version go, what the heck is he talking about? And so for I will at least say this for the recorded part. There is a I don't even know how to describe this. That's quote unquote safer description. To safely to describe to keep the stream like PG. um Yeah, let's just say that there's someone in here with a not so friendly username trying to advertise something that they shouldn't be advertising, especially in my live stream. We'll just leave it at that. Now, going back to the match, I am trying to make the 8 ball on the break here. So when I use a lot of bottom spin on the cue ball, that's because I'm at least trying to drag the cue ball back over to the side rail here, and then I use a twist of right spin. And the reason why I use a twist of right spin is because I usually try to get the cue ball to come back and smack the rack again. And that's primarily because usually when I do a break like this, a lot of the balls basically go from one end of the, or one side of the table and then come back over to the other side of the table and just leave a complete mess. And sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, when I try to drive the cue ball back into the rack, it still just hopefully opens it back up. To where if I don't make the 8 ball on the break, I might still have an opportunity to be able to break and run the rack. Now, you'll see in later matches, I kind of stop doing that, and I actually start using a twist of left spin, so that way I can try to pull the cue ball back in the middle of the table. But if I remember correctly, during this portion of this session, this is what I'm trying to do. And typically what I'm expecting to see is that the 8 ball hopefully will track its way over towards this side pocket. That is typically what I would like to see. But what I happen to see on more than one occasion is that this ball here, which is the 13 ball, this ball will come up and hit the short rail, come back and run into the 8 ball as it's heading over this way, and it'll actually push the 8 ball over in this direction like this. So more times than not, at least with the way I break, my 8 ball happens to be somewhere on this side of the table rather than the opposite side of the table. So let's see if that happens here. Well, it didn't quite happen exactly the way that I described, but it is still on the left side of the table versus the right side of the table. But one thing's for certain about doing the hitting the ball that's in the second row is moving the 8 ball out of the rack. So I was at least able to make a stripe. So what am I trying to do here? It looks like I drew off of that ball. Where did I end up? It looks like I got position for the 9. I'm not entirely sure if that was intended or not. I don't even know if I'm going to shoot the 9. I'll probably shoot the 10 instead. You see me shaking my head. I don't like it. Okay, 9 ball. I'm so close to the rail, I automatically have topspin on the cue ball. Try to just gently push that in. Push through the 5 ball and gives me position on that 10 ball. And I have to be allowing the cue ball to roll forward, I think, if I shoot that 10 ball. So that way I hopefully avoid the scratch in the side pocket. Ooh. I got bottom spin on this cue ball. What am I doing? I'm going to draw underneath the side pocket. Oh, I do. Oh, gosh. That was a close one. I do manage to draw underneath it. More than likely trying to get position for this ball here, but I don't think I got it. And so what do I have to do now? Let's see here. Shooting at the 11. Oh, so looks like the 11 did go past the 4 ball, but I just missed. But look, had I made it, 14 goes in the side. I probably just bump the 8 and push the 8 over here. 15 ball goes here into the corner, and then the 8 ball more than likely would have gone into this corner, and that would have been a break and run. But I don't break and run the set. All right. So my opponent comes to the table. Is going to take a shot at the 7 ball. Just gently rolls it in, gets position on the 4. Nicely done there. Don't really see an issue. So my opponent just has to maintain good cue ball control. Looks like he's got a bit of topspin here. Does he go to the short rail and come out for the 5? He does. Good shot there. 2 ball is going to be a little bit of a tricky ball to deal with, I would have to say. Okay, shoot the 5 ball into the corner. The cue ball should come off the side rail and get position on the 6. And actually, he probably could have tried to get position on the 2, and if he fails, he might still have position on the 6. But here, I would have to think you have to get position on the 2 now. But it looks like he holds position for the 3 instead. And this is not a bad idea either, because he can play the 3 into the corner pocket and then have the cue ball just come up, hopefully land right in between the window of the 8 and the 2, and then have, or yeah, the 8 and the 2, and then have position on the 2. This is turning into a pretty good run out here. Oh, but he falls short of his position. Now he has no choice but to bank it, right? At this point, this is do or die, right? This is not a point where you play safe. I would think you have to go for the bank shot in the cross side pocket and try to get position for the 8 in the opposite side pocket. Would y'all agree? Oh, what a shot! Where does the 8 ball go? Does it pass by all my stuff? Wait, is this my opponent's 1 ball? Or is that my 9 ball? I think I lost track there. If that's my opponent's 1 ball, my opponent's in trouble. Hmm. It's got to be, because otherwise you're just cutting the 8 in the side pot. Oh, it is. That is my opponent's 1 ball. Man, he just barely missed position on getting the 1. He's like he's gonna try to masse around the 8. Hey, at least makes a good hit. But this might be a sellout. Let's see here. All right, what in the world do I do here? Do I play? I think that's the. What is that? Is that the 11 ball? Looks like I'm playing the 11 ball. What? Top right spin, get position on the 14 on the side. I don't even care that I bumped into the 1 ball. All right, now I can just roll this in. Actually, I don't want to be on the rail though. All right, so I tap this in, yeah, and I make sure I leave myself an angle to where I'm not on the rail. And am I gonna play this with bottom left so I can shoot the 8 in the side pocket? Yeah, that's what I do. 8 goes in the side pocket. And I do have a question for everybody. And that's that there. And I was able to win that match 5-2 in only 15 innings, provided that I got the inning count correctly. Or correctly. Correct. Now, question is this. On this shot here, excuse me, how many of y'all would have just played it in and then try to get the cue ball to do something like this so that way you can play the 8 ball over here into this corner pocket? How many of y'all would have done that? Give me a show of hands or whatever. Some sort of acknowledgement. Anybody. Would anybody play this shot this way? Hector says no, he would not play it this way. Okay, Riot Ott said a couple of people would have, right? There's nothing wrong with doing this. But it's curious to see. Like I said, there's not, like I said, I'm always going to preach there's not a right or wrong way to do this. The only thing every one of y'all should have to be aware of is what happens if you don't hit it correctly. And I say that in such a way to where if I play the shot that I played, what happens if I hit it incorrectly, right? You can always use that as an excuse as to just what happens if you hit it incorrectly. But when I say hit it incorrectly, I mean hit this too soft. The reason being is because there's a precise area that you're trying to land in order to be able to play the 8 ball into this corner pocket, correct? Because the further away you get, the less likely you're going to play that 8 ball into the corner pocket because now you're going to end up scratching. right? So this shot here, though there's nothing wrong with playing the shot, this shot becomes a very precise shot. And if you have the precision to do it, then by all means do it. The shot that I chose, on the other hand, though, it allows me to hit the ball harder. And as long as I get past the 8 ball, there's really no place I can leave myself to where I'm not going to have a shot on the 8 ball. So I hope that makes sense as to why I chose to do what I did here versus what I could have done. Because in the olden days, this is what I would have done. But as I've gotten older and more experience starts to kick in and I get more familiar with using my rails, I get more comfortable with moving my cue ball around, I tend to play a shot more like this. Because there's really no way for me to screw this up unless I hit the ball too hard. Right? And anybody that's been following me knows that I'm a very finesse player, so the chances of me hitting a shot like this too hard are just very, very little. Whereas if you try to hit this shot here, it's very easy to overhit the shot and now you can't cut the ball because you're going to end up scratching, or it's very easy to not hit it hard enough. You'll still have a shot, but it'll be a more difficult shot than what you were anticipating on getting, right? So keep that in mind when you see stuff like this and just weigh out the options. You can obviously still go for option A, but make sure you at least understand that option B is available. So I hope that makes sense. That pretty much wraps up that match there. Take just a small break. Talk with everybody. And let me know, what did y'all think as I prepare up for the next match. Like I said, the best part about doing video reviews like this is, like, especially since I'm doing the cue ball diagram in real time and whatnot, is it just makes post production editing a whole lot simpler. The only thing I end up doing is I put a small little intro at the end, kind of introducing what they're about to watch, and then I do an outro at the end, kind of explaining what I think the major lesson of the video is going to be. So, like, for example, if we were to take a look, if I were to give some sort of advice to my opponent, and my opponent is a relatively good friend of mine, and we talk. He asks me for advice as to, like, what could he have done differently and stuff, and I'm always happy to oblige people that ask me, like, how would have I played it differently and why, and show the pros and cons, because I never try to say that what I suggest is right. I at least try to say, like, here's an option that you can consider because here are all the things that can go good, here are all the things that can go bad, but there's nothing wrong with what you did. It's just, which one do you actually think is easier? And I tend to try to at least give easier advice, and sometimes I can't figure out what to do, right? I think that's perfectly normal. But I would have to say, like, what we saw in that matchup there was almost no different than one of the previous matches that I just recently posted, where it's like you have to make sure that you know whether or not if you're going to run the table or if you need to just pick a spot where you just need to stop and, like, play some sort of a defensive shot. So that way you're just not making the table easier for your opponent. Now, like I said, at the lower end of the skill level ladder, like between, like, the levels of 2 and 4, doing stuff like that I think is perfectly fine, because you're more than likely going to get back to the table. That's not to be insulting to a lower skill level player, but like I said, if we're honest with ourselves, the likelihood of a lower skill level player being able to run 5 or more balls, it's possible, but the possibility of that is just a little bit on the low side. And that's typically what you're gambling with anytime that you play, like, some sort of safety, right? You end up gambling on the fact that you're going to get back to the table. Sometimes you win the gamble, sometimes you don't. And that's usually going to be based on the skill level of your opponent. All right. XT Bum, you're asking how long did it take to complete that match? Including all the racking time and a little bit of the downtime, that actual video's duration was like 52 minutes. But if I were to just cut out all of the racking time, yeah, it probably comes down to about 50, maybe just under sub 50. sub 50 minutes, primarily because it was a 5-2. Was it 5-2? Yeah, it was a 5-2 match there. So obviously, the more matches that my opponent's able to get on me, the longer the video is going to be. But if I end up just wiping out my opponent, like 5-0 or 5-1, the match is going to be a lot shorter. Okay, so I'm going to scroll back a little bit and see if there's any questions. Let's have a look. Okay, let's see. I said I love the fact that when I show like the other options and I ask like how many of y'all would have done this, and people are like, yeah, that's exactly how I would have played it. But I hope you at least understand the difference between those two shots. Chimsky, you're saying watching these reviews and watching the pros play helped me a ton with the mental side of pool and understanding percentages. Absolutely, because that's basically one of the things that I try to teach. Right, the I think on the non-pro level, and I don't even know what you would want to consider on the Fargo side, because like I'm a 641 Fargo rated player, and anybody that knows me knows that I don't even like to describe myself as a good player. I at least try to I at least describe myself as a decent player. But it's hard to get past your ego and cockiness that you would have at the table, to where it's like you're gonna go for like you want to do like some sort of hero shot in front of everybody and go, yeah, look at me, look at the shot that I made and stuff. When usually what I try to teach to my APA teammates and anybody else that ask is percentages. What is the percentage of you being able to make this shot versus the percentage of you being able to play some sort of safety, or versus the percentage of you making a different shot or whatever? Because like I said, if you can be honest with yourself and say like I have a higher percent chance of doing this versus this, and for some reason you choose the lower percentage shot, well then just don't be surprised at yourself if you end up not getting the results that you were expecting. But even if you do decide to go for the higher percentage shot, you still can't be surprised if you miss, because the higher percentage shot is not 100%, right? Because 100% is a guaranteed shot. You're not going to mess up. And if we're honest with ourselves as amateur pool players, then chances are we're not going to have 100% shots unless it's the money shot. It's the last ball on the table. It's straight into a pocket, and we don't have to worry about trying to control the cue ball. That is more than likely the only time we're going to have a 100% shot. I think all of the other shots in between are probably like 99 and below, if I wanted to be reasonable. Let's see here. Walden Big A, why are you going to put me on the spot like that? Walden Big A is one of my BCA teammate members. He's one of my locals here in my area, and he wants to know who is my favorite BCA teammate. All of you guys. Right? Why are you gonna try to set me up for failure like that? Like I'm gonna isolate one person and just crap on the rest. Um, every one of my BCA team members are also former, not I shouldn't say former, but they also play APA with me. We all started by playing APA first, and after playing APA together for so long, we decided to try to play BCA. And so the group of players that I have here are basically players that I've got to watch grow from the bottom up. When Walden first came to me, he starts off as a skill level 3 in APA. And what did you? He doesn't play APA anymore, but what did you end at, Walden? Do you remember? You were a 6 in 8 ball, and I think a 7 in 9 ball. I think. But and that's after just a couple of years of being on the team with me, listening to my coaching advice, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so to watch my players grow the way that they have under my coaching and tutelage and stuff is it's just a fantastic thing to see. And that's for anybody, like even anybody that watches my YouTube videos and says like I've gone up 2 skill levels because of your videos and the advice you give. Like that's just amazing. It's one of the main reasons why I do this stuff. Let's see. Russell Rayleigh, you want to know what type of cue and what weight do I use? I have predator cues. So if you go look at any of my recent videos, you'll see that at least in my YouTube videos, I have a predator tuxedo that I shoot with in my videos, and then I have the predator BK3. That's what I break with in my YouTube videos. But in my case, and like what you would see in that last match and all the matches that you're going to see here, the cues that I take with me to play is a Predator Black 4-5 and a Predator BK Rush. The both the Tuxedo and the Predator Black 4-5, I have 12.9 millimeter diameter shafts on them, and they both came with Victory soft tips. And the weight that I typically like to play with is 19.5. Well, I think my break cues, I think those are 18 ounces. Let's see, Ryan Ott, you're saying the only 100% shot that you have is when the ball's sitting in the pocket. Exactly, right? But if it's a ball that's sitting in the pocket and you still have to transition to another ball, I would kind of not make that out to believe like that's a 100% shot, right? If it's the only ball that you're going to shoot and it's a ball just sitting in the pocket and you have nothing to worry about after that, yeah, like that would be basically 100% shot. All right, I have to get a cough drop in just a second. Got to keep my vocal cords nice and cool so that way I can make it through the live stream without going hoarse. Hector, you like the 12.4 Revo? Revo all the way. That's what I mean. I have Revo shaft as well. And like so for anybody that's wondering, like with these J-Flower cues, this is a 12.5 uh, millimeter shaft, and it comes with a Mori medium tip. And the taper that the J-Flower cues is a pro taper. And this is the interesting part for me. Like, you know, here I am doing product reviews now, and now I'm actually learning more and more about the anatomy of a cue than I ever have before. Because when I reviewed the J-Flower JF10-10FQ, and when I was showing everybody what the shaft looks like when you go and look at if any of y'all go back and look at that video, you can see that there's space underneath the shaft and the table. And I was actually so worried when I saw that, even though I said like, you know, this is a pro taper shaft, and I saw that space, I was like, who's gonna think that this shaft is not leveled? Like if I were to roll it and it's like, why do we see space underneath it? I was so worried about that until, of course, I go and look up and see what pro taper shafts are, and that space is supposed to be there because the way it works is basically the butt of the shaft is the thick part, and when it pro tapers, it basically thins out towards the middle and then slightly gets bigger again as it gets up towards the tip of the cue. So that's why when you lay a pro taper shaft on the table, you're gonna see a little bit of space in between the shaft and the table. Versus if it was a conical taper, which is basically just a straight cone. It starts at a thick end and it gets thinner and thinner all the way down to the shaft. That would actually lay flat on the table. And I actually did not know that. I've been playing the game for almost 23 years, and I just did not really know the difference between the two. So it's interesting the things that you can learn as time goes by. Nothing wrong with a Kamui medium clear. That's what I have on my Vikings, my Viking shooting cue, Hector. Rogers Random, I saw that you asked if I was going to be coming to the monthly excuse me, the monthly tournament in Waco. Chances are no. There's actually a house party that I was planning on going on that particular day, though I don't even know if I'm going to be going to the house party because, like I said, I'm just not feeling too well the past couple of days. So it's really going to depend on how I feel during the weekend, but I'm certainly not going to make it this weekend for the excuse me, the monthly tournament in Waco. Okay, So not a whole lot of questions coming in. Billiards Fun Addiction, Mike M78 Marl. That's such a long account name. You're saying bar cues are not straight and people can run tables with them. I mean, you're not wrong. That is a thing. I mean, I can run a table with my jump cue. I can run a table with my break cue, right? It's not like it's not a thing. It's just not the most idealistic thing that a serious pool player would want to do. They would basically want to have a straight cue so that I don't have to worry about applying like some sort of accidental English or side spin on the cue ball. Hector, you want to know what tips are on my Predator cues? It's the Predator Victory Soft. I actually used to be a medium tip player. How does this person keep coming back into my freaking channel, into my live stream? It's really weird. Like, my goodness. But yeah, I use Predator Victory Soft tips. I shot forever with medium tips for the vast majority of my pool career. But when I decided to switch to the carbon fiber, I basically just, shot with whatever came with the carbon fiber with the Revo shaft. And that was the Predator Victory Soft. And I haven't looked back. I mean, I like it. It took me a couple of days to get used to it, and once I got done getting used to it, I liked it. So over the course of time, if I eventually were to change cues again, like if there's a possibility that I might try to, actually get one of the decent higher end J flower cues, I probably would switch out the tip. Like currently they only offer Mori medium tips on their shaft. So like if I were to buy a J Flower cue for myself to actually use, once I got the cue, I would immediately change the tip. And I would probably change this to some form of another soft tip. It won't necessarily be the Victory soft tip because I would certainly try another type of soft tip just to try things out and see if I like them or not. Okay, I think that's long enough break. Are y'all ready for the next match? I have it queued up. Waylon, you want to know how often do I scuff my tip? Before every match or just when chalk doesn't hold? Well, fun fact, did you know that chalk also scuffs your tip? I mean, chalk is abrasive, right? So when you think about it, every time that you chalk the tip, if you're chalking the tip properly, you are scuffing the tip at the same time. But seriously, to answer your question, I very rarely scuff my the tip that I have. I think, and I say that because if I start miscuing a lot, that's more than likely when I'm going to scuff the tip. Because when I tip, I am looking at I'm more times than not, I'm looking at my cue and I'm brushing the chalk onto. Goodness gracious, I'm brushing the chalk of the onto the tip. This spam bot is persistent, boy. I tell you what. I gotta give whoever programmed that bot some props because it is persistent. It just keeps coming back. My goodness. Hector, you scuff and you use a pick before every tournament. So like, how often do you go through tips? I would imagine like maybe every few months you probably have to change your tips. I would think. Anthony Weisenant, I hope I pronounced that correctly. You said you found that you have to scuff the victory soft tip every couple of days. I mean, I don't. Are you typically like a hard shooting player? Like, do you hit the cue ball a little on the hard side? If you are, then I probably would understand that you'd have to scuff the tip every couple of days. I'm more of a finesse player. So like it can go a long. My tips for my cues last me years before I end up changing them. If it doesn't last me a year or so, it's because I just arbitrarily want to change it and just try something else. Billiards Fun Addiction, you're not wrong. I could make a mod. I've currently ran live streams so far for this long without having mods. Um, if stuff like this starts to become more and more common, then yeah, I would probably consider having mods help keep the chat clean and stuff. I've done live streams before, and where I'm actually like shooting on my table in my garage, and never ever had this issue where like someone comes in like a spam bot or someone comes in and has and is rude and starts trolling or anything. Because if you've seen the last live stream, I had a couple of people come in that were just a little on the rude side, and I just say one thing to them and they stop. And even the chat will jump on them as well and they'll stop. But spam bots, like what's been coming into this live stream every so often, I mean, I just have to see it and then of course hide it. Ron Garfalo, you're wanting to know about shaping the tip. It's the same answer for me, bud. Like I said, because of how much of a finesse player that I am, especially since I have a soft tip, like the shape of my tip lasts for quite a long time before I even have to consider shaping the tip again. So like uh, the only way I know that people go through tips quite often is because I mean let's be frank here that every time the cue hits the cue ball, that's putting damage onto the tip. So the harder you're hitting the cue ball, the more damage that you're actually doing to the tip in the long run. And so like for me, you can ask Walden Big A, like he'll hardly ever see me hit the cue ball hard. Like very rarely. It happens every now and again because I have to, right? I have to try to transition the cue ball multiple rails to get from one end of the table or the other, or I have to be able to break out a clutter. I mean, like me shooting hard does happen from time to time, just not as often as anything else. So that's why I hardly ever scuff the tip. I hardly ever have to shape the tip, and then I hardly ever have to change the tips. It's just a matter of I did it because I wanted to, not because I needed to. The soft tips will mushroom. The Ron, the soft tips do mushroom. The softer the tip, the more likely it is to mushroom over the course of time. But again, if you're just taking care of your stuff and just not bashing it in over and over again, because that's essentially what mushrooming is, right? Every time the cue tip hits the cue ball, you're compressing the tip down. So that's what causes the mushrooming to actually occur. And so when it mushrooms too much, then you end up cutting the sides of the tip so that way you flush it back up. But then eventually you have no more tip left once you've compressed it so far down, and then that's when you pretty much have to change the tip. So if any of you or if all of you are finding out that you're having to change tips rather frequently, like 3 to 6 months, that's going to be the first thing that I'm going to wonder about is just how hard do you hit the cue ball? And if you start hitting just a little bit on the softer side, one, you're going to notice a couple of things. One, your tip's going to last a lot longer. Two, you're going to notice smoother transitions as you go from one ball to the next. That I can almost guarantee. Okay, enough of that. Let's do this. We have another matchup here. Okay, it's another side view. But this is on a different table, still in the same facility. And in this matchup here, I am playing up against another skill level 6. So this is going to be a race to 5-4 again. Now, in this one, though, my opponent won the coin flip. So they are going to be breaking first. So let's see how they do. Okay, pretty good smashing break. Gets a wonderful spread, but doesn't drop a ball. And this couldn't be. I couldn't ask for a better layout if I'm coming to a dry table with a spread that looks like this. All right, let's see what I decide to do here. Okay, an open table. It looks like I'm playing a mixed combination, so I'm wanting to play solids. You can see me combo a stripe into a solid because you are allowed to do that so long as it's an open table, but now I am solids. So now really all I have to do is pay attention to this area here, which it looks like I'm going to do. It looks like I'm playing the one ball. I can't tell what type of spin I have on the cue ball. That might be bottom right. That is bottom right. So that way I can get position on the 4. And then when I shoot the 4, I'm now done with this half of the table, and I only have to focus on this half of the table. But why am I not shooting the 4? I must not like the cut that I have on the 4. So I do shoot the 7 now, it looks like. That was with bottom right also. Do I get straighter on the 4? So now do I come over here and shoot the 4? Or, no, am I going to use the 4 as the last ball to get position on the 8? Maybe that's what I'm doing. Okay, a little bit of a drag shot there as I shot that ball there. That must be what I'm doing. The 4 ball is going to be the last ball that I use to get on the 8. Let's see. This looks like maybe a little bit of a center right spin hit. Got position on the 3. You're going to see the cue ball most likely hit the side rail and come out towards the middle of the table for position on the 4. Probably just a little bit of a center right hit, kind of like that. Some sort of a stop shot on the 4 ball, and with my opponent's dry break and wide open table, I'm able to basically take the rack away from him. Ron, you're asking in APA, do you have to hit your ball first? Once a set is claimed, yes. So after the break, my opponent broke dry. And so therefore I come to an open table. You can see I pretty much ran the table off of my opponent's dry break. So I'm up 1-0. After my opponent broke dry, the table is open. So I'm allowed to shoot at practically anything I want first except for the 8 ball. And in APA, since we don't call our shots, which is one of the biggest things that people despise about the APA because they said there's just too much luck in the APA. And even in BCA, it doesn't matter. When you have an open table, you are allowed to play a solid into a stripe or a stripe into a solid. The only difference between APA and BCA, especially if you're going to play some sort of mixed combination, is you have to call the ball at which the pocket you're trying to make. So when you have an open table, you can play a solid into a stripe into a solid, and even the 8 ball can be somewhere in the middle of that combination. It just cannot be the first ball that you hit. So I could have comboed a stripe into the 8 ball and have the 8 ball combo into a solid or into another stripe or whatever. It does not matter. So anytime that you have an open table, you can play some sort of a mixed combination in order to claim a set. Once a set is claimed, then you have to make sure that you always hit that set first, because otherwise that's considered a foul. So there's that classic head-on break again, where you can see that the cue ball strikes the rack slightly on the left side. The weight of the rack pushes the cue ball back, and I try to have my little bit of topspin, try to hold the cue ball near the middle of the table, but the cue ball does drift back over past me on the head string. I did make a stripe on the break, so I am going to be stripes on this one here. And it looks like all I did was just roll that ball in with a little bit of topspin. I have easy position on either the 15 ball or the 13 ball. And look at this table. Like, this table looks really, really good. Don't really see any issue here. I just have to make sure that I play a good pattern with the good control on the cue ball. So I'm going to play the 15 ball into the bottom left corner pocket. What kind of spin is that? That probably was just a rolling cue ball, so no side spin at all. Yeah, so you can see me, I fling my cue like this. That means I must have been trying to get position on this ball here, and I just didn't get it. So now I play the 9 ball, probably with a little bit of bottom spin, and try to get position on that ball again. And that means This ball here is the last ball that I'm going to play position on. More than likely to try to play the 8 ball into the side pocket, but we'll see. Because I have to imagine I'm playing this ball here into the corner pocket, probably with a touch of top and a little bit of right spin, and the cue ball will just either come down here and back out for position on this ball here, just like that. And it looks like I'm on the bottom side of the shot line on this ball here. So what do I do? Yeah, I come over to the side rail and back out. That was done with a little bit of top right also, but probably more top than right. And I can see here, this is with bottom spin. I must have some left spin. Where am I going to play the 8 ball? That's a drag shot right there. You can see how the cue ball hesitates once it gets on the way over there, and the 8 ball will be going here into the side pocket, more than likely with just a little bit of draw. And then from the first rack, you get a dry break, and I run the rack from there, and then I break and run the second rack, and we haven't even done a single inning yet. Russian Crush Gaming, how's it going, man? Thanks for being here. Waylon, you forget about using left spin and right spin. There was actually a point in time in my pool career where I didn't use any side spin at all. Like, I stopped using it. I stayed along the vertical axis of the cue ball, applied top spin when I needed to apply top spin, and applied bottom spin when I needed to apply bottom spin, and relied more on shot making abilities in order to be able to make the ball. I think I at least did that for almost like an entire year before I finally sat down and tried to start learning how to use side spin better. But that was a long time ago. That was a beautiful break. I liked how I think the balls that were in the second row tracked towards the side pockets. Only one of them fell. It looks like I made both a solid and a stripe, but I didn't control the cue ball. Like, you saw the cue ball come straight back, and it didn't fight its way forward, so I don't think I had enough top spin on the cue ball there. Now, big issue that we have right here, if I were to decide on stripes. And so you see me doing my normal routine of walking around the table, trying to identify if I'm going to choose solids, where am I going to play all the balls? If I'm going to choose stripes, where am I going to play all the balls? Let alone if I'm going to choose stripes, what am I going to do with the 9 and I think this is the 15 ball right here. 79 Poison Breaker, you're wanting to know, is it open after the break? No. The only way it's open after the break is if you drop both a solid and a stripe. And it doesn't matter if you drop more than the other. If you drop one of each, it's an open table. If you drop only a single set, one or more stripes, one or more solids, you are that set at which you dropped on the break. So I dropped both a solid and a stripe on the break, so therefore I still had an open table. So you can see here, I went ahead and claimed stripes. So I'm pretty sure I don't like what I just did there, because I don't have any type of position on either of these stripes. So I'm going to have to play this stripe here. It's more than likely going to be with some sort of bottom right spin. And so the 9 ball goes here into the corner pocket. So I'm going to play the 12 ball into the corner pocket, try to get the cue ball to come off the side rail and back over here for position on the 9. So a pretty precise location that I try to end up in. Let's see, I fired that ball in, but I end up overshooting the ball. So now the only thing I have is to cut this ball here into the corner pocket, and I can try to get the cue ball to go 2 rails like this, short rail, long rail, and come out for the 9 ball. That's going to be with some amount of top right spin. And 79 Poison Breaker, you are correct. In BCA, the table is always open after the break. Okay, cue ball gets away from me a little bit. I still have a shot at the 9 ball, but then what in the world do I do with the 15 ball? Like, my run out is getting worse and worse. But what I end up trying to do here is the same exact thing. The only difference is I can't leave the cue ball right here, right? Because then it's blocked by the 8 ball. So I try to play the 9 ball and see where I lay my cue down. I'm expecting the cue ball to almost do the same exact route. But when it comes here, let me stop the, when I get down, I'll stop the video right here. I'm trying to do the same exact thing that I just did on the last shot. I want to be able to play the 9 ball into the corner pocket here and play this same exact route, but I have to make sure that when I hit this rail, I come back out either this way or this way, either way, and land somewhere right around here for position on the 15 to go here. So that way I can almost do the same thing and play the 8 ball in the same pocket. That's at least what I'm trying to do on this shot here. And see, I undercut the ball, but look at my cue ball. Yeah, you see me like kind of like do this motion here. It's because I got the position, but I missed the shot. And finally, we're on our first inning. Let's see here. Robert Dowling, you want to know what's my APA rank and what's the race? I am a skill level 7 in 8 ball, and I'm a skill level 9 in 9 ball. My opponent in this matchup here is a skill level 6. So this is a race to 5-4, and I'm already up 2-0. So let's see here. It looks like he might be trying to play the 6 ball into the corner pocket. Ends up undercutting the ball, hits it a little on the hard side, and allows the cue ball to come back up to where I can at least see my ball. So let's see here. Am I going to be trying to back cut this ball into the corner pocket? No, I have a 13 ball. Never mind. So I shoot the 13 ball. This is more than likely with bottom left spin, so I can get the cue ball to land somewhere over here so I can shoot the 15 next. Just wasn't expecting to run into the 1 ball. That sucked. Let's see here. What am I going to do with that 15 ball? Do I try to cut it in the corner? Or maybe try to bank it in between the 8 and the 3? Ah, that measurement right there, that means I'm going to try to bank it. So I must be trying to bank it here into the top right corner pocket. I'm probably having a little bit of top left spin on the cue ball so I can play the cue ball 2 rails to try to get position on the 8 if I'm successful at making the 15 ball. Pretty much like that, but I didn't bank it enough. Okay, so my opponent gets another shot at the table. Let's see what he decides to do. Okay, looks like he might be going for the 6 ball again, I think. Yep, but he overcuts this one. And I cannot tell if I can cut that ball into the side pocket. Ooh, I must be able to. If I'm doing that, I'm gonna be trying to play this into the top middle pocket. I have to have left spin on this cue ball in order to get position on the 8. Yeah, you can see how much left spin I have on that cue ball. All right, successful there. Probably at least wanted the cue ball to end up right over here, but that was a precise hit, and I'm calling the pocket over here. Like I said before, in APA, typically you're supposed to mark the pocket with some sort of a personal object, but me and my opponent agreed that we can just call the pocket which we're going for. So I'm going to be trying to cut this into the top left corner pocket, using some topspin to make sure that the cue ball hits the short rail and avoids scratching. Just like that. Okay, Here we are with rack 4. Oops, I don't have that much topspin when I break. Like, do you see that hop that I get off of the break there? Like, it's a very common thing, especially when you see 10 ball breaks. And like right there, like let me try to stop it at the appropriate time. Like I want my cue ball to stop right about there. So I must not be putting enough topspin on the cue ball as the cue ball just keeps rolling its way back after it hits the rack. When I get that little pop on the break, that's pretty much what I'm looking for. It tells me I hit the rack square. And when the cue ball pops into the air like that, that also does mean that the cue ball is already off of the air, off of the table, like by a smidge. And when it contacts that head ball, that's basically what lifts it off the table. All right, so what are we doing here? Got top spin. Am I playing the 9 ball? I am playing the 9 in the side. How many solids? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I only made stripes on the break. You can actually see the ball return right here. Ah, I'm really close to this. I must be trying to do this to avoid double hitting the ball, and I want to make sure that I run into this 4 ball. And I missed the 4 altogether, and I ended up scratching. So that was just done with a. Basically, I can't indicate a masse shot with the cue ball diagram, but I didn't run into the 4 ball like I wanted to. Hello, goodbye. Okay, so my opponent has cue ball in hand, and with solids, you can see he's going to play the 3 ball into the bottom middle. Allows the cue ball to drift forward. Looks like he has position on the 1 ball. So now, again, just like how I did in the last match, I'm curious, what is my opponent going to do with their 6 ball that's tied up next to my 10? So we might go back after this and look at it because, like right now, like how do you break out the 6, or do you bank the 6 into the top right corner pocket when if you manage to run the rest of these solids? All right, 7 ball down. Looks like he's got shape for the 5 in the side. Or better yet, like how do you get positioned back here so that way you can play the 6 all the way into this corner pocket? Okay, 5 ball down. Decent position on the 4 ball. Probably wanted the cue ball to come a little bit further off the side rail. Probably just tries to roll this in to get position on the 2. And he ends up overcutting it. So again, what do you do with this 6 ball here, right? So let's actually stop and go back and look. Remember, he has ball in hand, right? And so he elects to put the cue ball down here in order to play the 3 ball. Is this something y'all would do, or how would y'all try to deal with the 6? Now, because the 1 and the 7 ball are here, I don't think the cue ball can be placed here in order to play the 6 ball down into the corner pocket. I could be wrong. Just not entirely sure. But I would have to say at the very least, I would probably try to place the cue ball at an angle to where I can break this out. So that way, hopefully, if I were to try to win the game from here, I would be able to do so. I end up putting the cue ball somewhere over here like this, play the 3 ball into the side pocket this way, and allow the cue ball to come over here and break this out. If I don't get a shot at the 6 ball, I at least hopefully will have a shot at the 2 ball and the 4 ball as a backup shot. But at least hopefully the 6 ball will be broken away from the 10 ball. That's at least probably what I would suggest to do differently with ball in hand. Because even if he were successful at making the 4 and the 2, what would he have possibly done with the 6 ball? That would be my only concern. Yeah, Alex Johnson, we pretty much agree on the same thing on how to play this shot here with ball in hand. So let's catch back up. And so here I am back at the table. All right, so 11 ball into the corner pocket. I must be trying to get position on the 9. I don't think it's ideal that I'll try to break out the 10 just yet. Yeah, so just a twist of top left spin there, get position on the 9. Does that mean I'm saving my break ball for last? Like typically I try to break out my clutters as soon as possible. But I think in this case here I might end up leaving it last. Right? If I play that 9 ball, that means I'm playing that 10 ball last. What am I doing here? Am I just gonna roll this in and get position for the 15 to play for the breakout? No, I have right spin on that ball. What am I doing? What in the world was I doing? Let's see here. Oh, does the 10 go down here past the 4? I must have goofed up something. I don't know why my cue ball is over here. That doesn't make any sense. Let's see here. Does that mean I'm banking the 15 ball and I'm going to tie the cue ball right behind the 8? Looks like I have some bottom spin on this ball. Yeah, I banked the cue ball down table, and it looks like I lost control of the cue ball. So I honestly don't know what I was trying to get at when I got the cue ball to be somewhere over here. That doesn't make sense to me. So now my opponent still has to worry about this the 6. I'm guessing my 10 goes somewhere. So I can play position for my 10. But if my 10 goes, then I would have to think that the 6 goes also, so long as we're back here somewhere. Okay, unfortunate miss on the 4. Leaves me a shot on the 15. So what is this? Is this going to be slightly below center with some left spin as I try to get back behind the 10 again? Looks like I got about that much spin. Yep. And do I not hit it hard enough? I didn't. Trying to get like probably somewhere right over here to play the 10, maybe into this corner pocket, but I didn't hit it hard enough. And that's the finesse side of me playing. So looks like I have to kick one rail. Here I'm just measuring the midpoint between the cue ball and the object ball to kind of give me a rough idea that if I were to kick at that spot, I can see the reflective, this angle in is that angle out, and does the that angle out line run into the ball? Because that at least gives me a baseline of where to work from. Ooh. What do y'all think, folks? Was that a good hit? Because obviously I think it was. Let's see, does my opponent take ball in hand? Yeah, he doesn't take ball in hand. So let's go back and look at it. Was this a good hit? I will play this frame by frame. Here we go. Ooh. And right after this frame, everything's going to be moving. Like, do we think this is a good hit, or did I hit the 6 ball first? Even the cue ball pops into the air. Like, right there. What do we think? Should this be a foul? Because I would have to do post-production on this shot here just to slightly zoom in and still try to be able to see whether or not if it was a good hit or not. What do we think? Good hit or bad hit? Because apparently at the time I thought it was a good hit. And then of course the rule is if a third person's not watching it, whatever the shooter says goes. Oh, so that's another inning. So it looks like my opponent's got some top spin on this ball. Looks like he wants to just follow forward to get position on the 6 to go into the opposite corner, but it doesn't look like he gets the follow through that he wants. Okay, everybody seems to think it wasn't a foul. I mean, I didn't think it was a foul, obviously. There have been previous videos where I admit that after looking at it again, in retrospect, I was like, yeah, I do believe it was a foul, but at the time I didn't think it was a foul. And Andy Morris, Art, you're more than right that it's just difficult to tell considering how far away. Oh, holy cow! That was almost a great shot. Such an unfortunate scratch, though. Um, but with the camera being so far away and not up close, it's obviously difficult to tell. So we can only work with what we've got here. Ooh, that's a good point, World of Conquer, because the cue ball went off to the left from the approach angle, so it had to have hit the 10 ball first. That's actually a good point. And actually, we're gonna go back and look at it one more time just to see that. So that gives me now on the hill. Let's go back to that shot one more time and take a look. Because what World of Conquer is saying is that since the cue ball goes this way, that's what makes it a good hit. Versus if the 6 ball was hit first, then obviously the 6 ball would probably track down this way as it hits the 10. And the 10 would end up hitting the 8. Right? So after I hit the both of them, obviously, the cue ball drives itself to the rail. If I would have hit the 6 on the opposite side, which would have been a clear, blatant foul, we would have seen that the 10 ball would have tracked its way over towards the 8 ball. But if I would have hit the 6 first and then run into the 10, then both the cue ball and the 10 ball would be heading towards the 8 ball. So that's actually a really good point as to being able to identify on whether or not if it was a foul or not. So let's prep up for the next rack. I'm on the hill, and like before, I try to go for an 8 ball break. Where am I at? There I am. So here we go. Again, lots of bottom, twist of right spin. And see how the cue ball comes back and hits the rack again? Almost scratched. And this time the 8 ball kind of behaved. It's on the right side of the table this time, as opposed to being on the left side of the table. But I think I broke dry, didn't I? So that's 6 innings. And Kyle Kerr and Whalen, those points are valid. I would only think that based on the other analysis that we've done, that would make it lean more towards that it was possibly a good hit. Okay, Ron, if you're going to take off for the night, I'd really do appreciate you being here. I'll be doing more live streams like this in the future because I still have plenty of APA matches to do. So I look forward to having you back. So it looks like my opponent plays the 2 ball into the side pocket, rolls forward for position on the 3. This is where I would probably put a little bit of bottom spin on the cue ball just to try to break out the 7 away from that stripe. It looks like he's got top spin. Is it going to hit the 7 anyway? Or he tries to break it out from behind, but he ends up missing the 3 ball. So it makes me feel like that's a classic case of trying to worry about what happens after the shot rather than really focusing on just making the shot. All right, so what do we got here? I got a lot of top spin on the cue ball. What in the world am I trying to do? Am I going to try to cut I think that's the 11 ball? Yep. No, that was, wait. Is this the 11 ball? think that's the 13. Yeah. So I think this is the 11. That must have been the 15 ball. Natural two-rail position for the 9 ball here. 9 ball should be going into the corner pocket. You can see there I'm actually glancing to see if the 11 ball will actually pass by the 4 ball. And I don't remember if it does or if it doesn't. And judging by the queuing, which looks to be a little bit more on the center, or actually slightly below center, I must be trying to get position on the 11. That means it probably does go past the 4. Got some draw over here. What am I trying to do? Pull the cue ball over to the side rail and back out maybe for the 14 or the 12? Oh, that has some right spin on it as well. That wasn't just straight bottom. Okay, so now I got position on the 12. Am I going to try to break out my 13 ball? Got lots of bottom spin there. Oh, not really. A little bit of bottom left. Don't have to break out anything. Can play this next stripe into the side pocket and then get position on the 13 to go into the corner. The only thing I have to be concerned about now is transitioning to the 8 ball. So is that why I changed my mind? It is. What am I doing here? Yeah, now that I thought about it, leaving the 14 ball last is probably less than ideal to transition to the 8. I probably want to leave at least one of these 2 balls to be able to transition to the 8. So what in the world am I trying to do here? This is with a slight below center hit. Run into the 3 ball. Does that mean I'm going to use the 13 ball to get position on the 8? More than likely try to just roll this ball in. Roll the ball in. I stunned the ball in. And so that way I can play a draw shot on this here, so that way I can get position for the 8 to go into the side pocket. Expect the cue ball probably to be somewhere right around here, because this does look like a slight back cut shot. Yep, right around there. 8 ball into the side pocket. For the win. And so unless I'm mistaken, that was 5-0 in 6 innings. So I pretty much had complete and total control of that game, minus the areas where, like, I think it was was it rack 3, I think it was, where both that 6 and my stripe were tied up, trying to figure out how to deal with it. So let's go back to this and this as I prepare the final match for today or tonight, whatever. Whew. I can't really decide whether or not what is there to really learn from that one there, like how I was able to break down some of the other shots, other than pointing out that when my opponent had ball in hand and he just played a ball instead of trying to play a ball and then break out his trouble ball. I think that would be really the only difference that I would have to give my opponent advice on in order to have better games in the future. All right, let's see here. Does anybody have any questions? Let's see. Todd Michael, you're saying rank 5 here. Really appreciate the content currently online because of a code release for the company that I work for. Pretty big production deployment. Awesome. I mean, I'm a software developer, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Will you ever go back on some of your .NET dev content? You know, I keep saying that over. I'm really, really glad you asked that question, Todd, because when my channel first started 2 years ago, I started doing fitness related stuff, and I'm not even in the physical condition that I was 2 years ago. um, and I've been wanting to go back and work out more extensively, but between juggling work, juggling APA teams, juggling BCA, juggling a YouTube channel, and here I am making excuses, right? It's just finding the time to be able to do this stuff just gets harder and harder, and it's very, very exhausting, very, very taxing on my mental state, because I get more mentally tired than I do physically tired, especially after sitting in front of a computer for X amount of hours working, only to sit in front of a computer more extra hours working on YouTube videos or working on drills for my teammates, et cetera, et cetera. But I started my YouTube channel with fitness related stuff, computer programming stuff, and then I started doing the pool related stuff because that's what I wanted my channel to be all about: fitness, computer programming, and pool. But once the pool stuff launched my channel into its popularity that it has, it pretty much took over. And I say all the time that I want to be able to bring that stuff back. And I do. But at the same time, I'm just not sure if I want it to hinder um, the growth of my channel either. Now, of course, I could possibly create another YouTube channel that's strictly made for computer programming and another YouTube channel that's strictly for fitness. But then that just means there's more stuff that I have to manage and maintain. I'd rather just have it all in one central location. So, will I ever bring that stuff back? I say that I am all the time. I just haven't done it yet. So I don't know when I would do it. Let's see here. Weldon Big A, you're going to bed for the night. Have a good night, brother. Probably at least see maybe on Sunday if I don't make the party on Saturday. Ooh, Alex Johnson, you're what area are you in that your leagues haven't started back up? And I'm actually happy to see, like, seeing this stuff gets you excited, right? That's that's at least what the purpose that this serves, to just give you insights on how other people think, how to attack, how to approach the game, how to deal with certain scenarios, because things that you see me and my opponents go through, I'm pretty sure everybody goes through this. And so to hear different ideas of how you would handle situation A versus situation B, would you choose option A? Would you choose option B? That's what these videos are supposed to be for, right? Just to hopefully give you something that you didn't think about, and or never even thought about. I could have sworn I saw somewhere in the live chat when I think it was on the first match, when my opponent tries to bank his ball into the or back bank his ball into the cross-side pocket. I make an argument as to why he should have banked it to the cross-side pocket, because he's leaving a ball at the other end of the table where and all of his remaining balls are at the opposite end of the table. So instead of back banking the ball to the corner pocket, if he would have banked it to the side and missed, then at least all of his balls are now closer together versus there being one ball isolated apart. Clearly, if he would have made the bank shot, his cue ball ended up where all of his other balls were, so that's a good thing. But he missed and still left an isolated ball on the table that he eventually has to deal with. But if he would have banked to the cross-side pocket, he still could have manipulated the cue ball back over where his other balls are. And if he misses, then that ball is no longer an isolated ball. And now his cue ball movements have to be smaller. And someone happened to comment in the live chat, like, they never looked at it that way. So, like, that's kind of like the main purpose of this stuff here. It's not for me to be like, look how I play and look how I do this. It's to give viewers like other perspectives. And then sometimes people will say, like, how come you didn't see this? And I'm like, you're right, I didn't see that. So a lot of times when I go back and look at some of the comments on my previous APA matches, someone will comment, at this timestamp here, how come you didn't decide to do this? And I go back and look and, like, yeah, you're absolutely right. That was an option that I could have done. I just didn't happen to see it at the time. So it at least allows me to learn, and these are things that I always keep stored right up here for me to play in the future. So that way I know what all of my options are when I'm at the table. I'm about to cough. Hold on. There we go. That way I don't blow out everybody's ears when I'm coughing into the microphone. Let's see here. Let's see. Andrada Productions, you finally made it to one of my live streams. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Welcome to the live stream. Alex Johnson, you're in North Dakota. You don't have APA there, but you do have BCA. So, I mean, still, pool is pool. Learning different rule sets is learning different rule sets, but they all have one thing in common: shoot the ball into a pocket, get position on the next ball, right? So at least that strategy concept still exists in between both APA and BCA. Though there is one thing in BCA 8 ball that does exist that doesn't exist in APA as far as strategy, and that is calling a safety while making your ball. How many of y'all in BCA do that? Where you have a ball that you can make, but it's very difficult to get positioned on another ball. So you actually call safe, make that ball, and play safe at the same time. Specifically, like when two balls are tied up like this, and this ball here, you can make this ball into a pocket. So you make that ball, but then, or no, you make this ball here, but then you hide that you basically replace the cue ball so that way it's hidden behind this ball here, and then hopefully get like ball in hand or something that allows you to attack the rest of the table. APA, you can't do that. If you make a ball, it's still your turn to shoot. Let's see, Brett Stewart, you're from a remote place in Ontario, Canada. You have a few COVID lockdowns, but not a lot until March when we were shut down for 4 months with no pool. That is unfortunate. I actually have a couple of other YouTube buddies that actually live in the Canada area, and they're telling us all day long about how like areas are still like in lockdown, and it's just so unfortunate that the situation that we're in and all these different rules and mandates that come out. But you know, we've been here, we've been on this world for quite a long time and have been through some hectic stuff. So I'm pretty sure this is just another thing that's going to pass its way over, and then hopefully soon things will just go back to normal. Just we never can tell. Todd Michael, I have that in the back of my mind to do that. You're asking that I should do videos on other games, like One Pocket and other unconventional games. So far on my channel, I've done 8 ball, 9 ball, and 10 ball. Now APA, there's only 8 ball and 9 ball, but I have done like some 10 ball break and runs. I think I have an old live stream where I'm playing the 10 ball Ghost. And I have a video where I did play straight pool because I was doing a run your age straight pool challenge that was given by Dr. Dave. And when I turned 40, haha, uh, I tried to run 40 balls for my birthday, and I ended up running 50 before I missed. 50 or 52 or something. It was somewhere near 50. And eventually that was supposed to spawn my road to 100, where I was going to try to create like some sort of series of me playing straight pool and progressively posting videos of when I get higher scores. I would post that video until I eventually break the 100. But I never got started on that series either. So like I always have a bunch of ideas always jumbling around in my head as to what's the next type of video that I'm going to produce next. It's just that when it comes to time, that's always my biggest limiting factor is having the time to be able to do all this stuff, because I do work a regular 9 to 5 job, and then like I said, after I'm done working, I'm usually pretty mentally exhausted. And then to have to sit in front of my computer editing videos together again for YouTube, it's just very taxing. So I see a lot of people, a lot of y'all have done that strategy of making your ball and calling safe against your opponent. In Tap League, they call that a defensive down. That's actually interesting. I never knew that it actually just had a name. I just refer to it as just playing safe. Oh, Draco Meteor. You're talking about 8 ball last pocket. That is actually a pretty fun, challenging way to play 8 ball. And that is like wherever you shoot your last ball, that means the 8 ball has to go there also. But you're stipulating that you also have to do it cleanly, so that therefore you cannot carom the 8 ball off of your opponent's ball and go into the pocket. Um, that's a little bit more harsher of a rule to have in place. I would think like if you're meaning to still get the 8 ball to go into your pocket if it goes off of another opponent's ball, I would think that it would still count. But I have played that format before. I haven't played don't play it quite often, but I have played that format before. And Alex Johnson, you are correct. Bank pool is a lot of fun. I actually had one night where I was gambling a buddy of mine, and we were playing 9 ball, but you have to bank the 9 after that. That made the game completely different than trying to just run the table and trying to look for different ways to bank the 9 ball in. made playing position from the next to last ball to the 9 ball a little bit different. What's up, Bang Time Pool? Thanks for stopping by the stream. I did happen to catch the finals of your last Bang Time tournament and saw that Ron Johnson was the winner. So that was awesome to have an ending there. Do you think you ever do another tournament anytime soon? Trash Panda Gaming, hi. Alex Johnson, last pocket can end up as a game of 1 ball, 1 pocket. I'm not sure what you mean by that comment. All right, let's see here. I'm not really seeing any more questions. So I think we can just roll into the next match. Yeah. So let's do this. Set this back to 0 and set this up to this and wee. As you can see, we have a completely different view now. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to make me a little bit smaller. That way we can see the pocket. But I think I'm going to leave the live chat alone, even though it's hovering over the bottom left corner pocket. Let's see here. So, I don't know if y'all can see, but in this matchup here, it's a race to 5. So that means I am playing up against a skill level 7. Not only am I playing up against a skill level 7, I am playing up against another Super 7. The same Super 7 that defeated me in my last 8-ball video that I titled Battle of the Super 7s. We went hill to hill, and he managed to take me down by barely avoiding pocketing the 8-ball early and won 5-4. This is the same 7 slash Super 9 that I played in my Battle of the Nines 9-ball video, and I managed to beat him in that matchup there. So we have me having 1 loss in 8-ball and 1 win in 9-ball. Let's see if I can redeem myself back in 8-ball with a race to 5 against my opponent. I end up winning the flip, so I'm going to be breaking first. So that had to have been the cut break, actually, so I must have had this type of spin on the cue ball, and you can see I don't make anything on the break. And my opponent here is not a person that you want to be dry breaking against. At all. Just like I'm not a person that you want to dry break. You saw what happened to the on the previous match that I talked about. My opponent broke dry, and I ran the table. So he takes stripes. It's like he can play the 13 ball or the 15 ball next. little bit of an elevated cue there as he plays the 15 ball, it looks like. What's he going to do? Oh, gets a nice friendly little bump off of the 4 ball to come back out into the open. He now has position on the 11. I wonder what is he going to do with this ball here that's tied up next to the 8 ball. Okay, sizing up the 11 ball to go into the corner pocket. Like he's got a bit of draw on the cue ball. And he does pull the cue ball back. Is he trying to get position on the 14? What's he shooting at? Oh, shoots the 9 instead. And what a shot. Comes 2 rails around, gets repositioned back onto the 14 ball. Now I'm starting to wonder if this 12 ball goes into the side pocket. And I'm wondering it more now because I think that's what he glanced at. Okay, 14 ball should be going into the upper right corner pocket and try to just drag the cue ball up for the position on the 13 ball. Oh, but he doesn't make it. So I get to come to the table. Cue ball is pretty much stuck on the foot rail there. And if memory serves correctly, I do try to shoot at the 3 ball. And instead of playing it down here into the corner pocket, I do believe I tried to cut it here into the side pocket. I think the intention was to cut the 3 into the side pocket, have the cue ball come down table here for position on the 2. No, but I end up undercutting it, and oh gosh, where's my cue ball going? And I scratched. Yeah, so if I would have cut it enough, I think the scratch was completely avoidable. The cue ball comes off of the short round, comes back out, and gives me position on the 2. But against the Super 7, you don't do stuff like this, because what does he do? He takes the cue ball and plays the ball that is the hardest to get position on. 12 ball does go into the side pocket here. And from there, that I would think that should be all she wrote. Let's see what he does. 14 ball into the corner. Gives himself a nice little back angle on the 13 ball. Is he going to try to draw through and come through the 1 and the 6 here? Or will he push forward this way? He's definitely getting somewhere over here. That looks like a draw. He's going to come through the 1 and the 6. Ah, nicely done there. Right into the middle of the table. Calls the upper right corner pocket. And I am going to be down 0-1. So, not a great start for me. Okay, he's doing the second ball break. Makes a ball, makes 2 balls. Gets a really decent spread. I don't like this at all. What is it? It looks like he made 2 solids, so that means he is solids. And I'd actually like to probably shoot stripes if I was in his position. So this is where it's like you would say like this is the disadvantage of APA because at least in BCA he'd be able to shoot stripes, whatever. But at the same time, I would basically challenge and saying like, well, is it running solids more skillful because it's harder, right? So which do you go for? Now he makes the first combination there, so this doesn't look good for me. 3 ball goes into the side pocket. You can see the 4 and the 6 can go into the bottom right corner pocket, so he'll more than likely play the 4 ball next, I would think. I can't tell if the 6 goes by the 4, but I think the 4 at least goes by the 6. Yeah, just like that. And both the 6 and the 1 can go into the bottom left, but considering the position that he's got, I would imagine the 6 ball should be going into the bottom left corner pocket, and he can just roll the cue ball to play the 1 in the same pocket. Would you look at that? Robert Dowling, this is a race to 5 as my opponent is also a skill level 7, like myself. All right, let's see here. Do you jack up for this shot here so that way you don't have to worry about the cue ball running into those stripes? He's not. He's playing just with a straight high ball. Manages to go through the 15. He's got decent position on the 8. He's going to try to back cut it into the side pocket. Oh! And he undercuts the ball. Oh my goodness. I get a shot at the table. I thought it was going to be down 0-2. So, I have a wide open table. So as long as I don't screw up, I should be able to finish the table. Question is, the same question remains though, is what's everybody's pattern? Right? There are multiple patterns that you can do here. Let's see. I don't even remember the pattern that I did. Let's see. Looks like I'm starting with the 14 ball. What is that? That's a bit of a center ball hit. I have to watch how it reacts off the rail. That's a center inside hit. I must be trying to get position on the 9. Or the 13. Nope, it ends up being the 13 ball. Probably should have shot the 9, but I can see that I have top spin here. Push the cue ball over to the side rail and back out. Okay, now I'm going for the 9. That's going to automatically allow the cue ball to track back down towards the other end of the table. And right now, I don't even like the pattern that I'm playing here in retrospect. I think there's at least a better pattern that I could have done here. When we can go back and look at this. So it looks like I'm playing the 10 ball into the side pocket. Cue ball rolls up table and comes back down. Gives me position on either the 11 ball or the 15 ball as long as I don't hit it too hard. Okay, that looks like maybe some bottom right spin. Comes back for the 11 ball. And what do I do here? Do I stun the cue ball to get on the short side of the 12? Or do I draw it to the side rail? Looks like I have a little bit of bottom spin. Yeah, so I stun it to get on the short side of the 12. Because now I can just play the ball in. It almost doesn't matter what I do. The 8 ball probably should be going into the side pocket. That is top spin. And the 8 ball will be going right here. So, not the greatest of transitions, pattern play. Let's actually go back and take a look at that. We are tied up 1-1. And let's see what else we could have done here. That probably just would have been a lot easier. Now, I have to say I think I do at least always like starting with the 14 ball, but I think ideally I probably should have gotten position on the 9 instead. And so whatever amount of left spin that I did, I probably should have put a little bit more left spin on the ball, so that way when I shoot this ball in, I would probably hopefully expect some sort of result like this. And just get a little bit flatter on this 9 ball, so that way all I'm doing now is just working my way down the table. Right? It probably doesn't matter after that. Like after I go from the 9 to the 13 to the 10, then after that it probably really doesn't matter. That's probably would have been better than what I did, because clearly when I got to the 9 ball, after I think this ball and this ball were gone, they're off the table, and when I shot the 9 ball like this, clearly something could have went wrong. When my cue ball came down here, I could have, I mean, if anything, if I would have hit the 12 and they separated and I can't see the 10, then more than likely I would end up shooting the 12 ball here into the corner pocket. But I think this part right here was probably the worst transition that I actually could have done between this area here. I don't know. Does anybody see anything else different? Alex Johnson, you're saying you like the 11 ball first, then the 15, which is this guy, so that means you probably did something like this. Then the 12, so you allow the cue ball to do this. Then the 10, which means you do this. Uh, so actually, you don't do that because you're probably wanting to get flatter on the 10 if you're thinking about playing the 14 next. You're probably wanting to do something like this so that way you can draw back for the 14. Like this. Yeah, I happened to catch that Bill Bar on what the drawing started to end up like, so that's why I erased it really quickly. But it's gonna be there, so it's still gonna be funny. I'm pretty sure someone will comment on it when I actually clip the video out. Um, and then so from here you get the 13, so that means you're doing some sort of bottom right. So like this is your out, okay. And then where does the 8 go? So that means the 8 goes somewhere like this. I would have to imagine. Is that pretty much what you had in mind, Alex Johnson? Again, it's not like there's anything wrong with that, especially going from the 9 to the 8. There's no way to really screw that up, so long as the 13 ball is the last ball to get you position on the 9 ball. So that worked out. But clearly, like I said, this pattern, this run out pattern here, could have been a lot better, in my opinion. And actually, when I think about it now, I kind of want to use that little area of the funny drawing and maybe make that the thumbnail. I think that would be freaking hilarious. All right, here we go. Rack number 3. Oh, I lose my cue ball. At least make a ball or two. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So did I make 2 solids and a stripe? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I made 2 solids, so I'm just solids. Don't really like the starting position that I have. Not sure if I can back cut the 5 ball into the corner pocket or maybe just play the 7 into the side pocket. So same routine, right? Walk around the table, try to figure everything out. Figure out if I'm going to play safe somewhere or am I going to try to run the table. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm putting a lot of thought into this. I can't tell what I'm shooting at. It looks like the 5 ball. I must be trying to back cut the 5 ball. Yep, that's what I do. I make it, get a friendly little bump off of my opponent's stripe, and I have position on the 2. The heck do I do here? So usually I'm pretty sure that all I had was just a twist of right spin on that last shot. Because when I'm doing super thin cut shots like that, I really don't try to do a whole lot with my cue ball. Let's see here. Looks like got some bottom spin on the cue ball there. Oh, liked how I was able to get the cue ball off the side rail. That gives me good position on the 3. Okay, you can see I have bottom spin again. I'm just not sure how much. Where am I playing position next? Draw back. Get a friendly little bump on the 8. Does that mean I can see the 1 ball on the side? That must mean I can see the 1 in the side, and I'm trying to figure out where to place the cue ball to get position on the 7. So I definitely have to be playing this with like some form of top spin, probably some left spin. So when I hit the side rail, I spin back towards the middle of the table. Yeah, just like that. Okay, good position on the 7 to go into the top right corner pocket. And more than likely want the cue ball to go 2 rails. Come off the 7, 1, 2, and then back out right around here for position on the 8 to go into the same corner pocket. So it looks like I have some top left spin. Oh, and I run into a stripe. You can see I'm not happy, but fortunately, when I walked over there, I saw that I can play the 8 ball into the side pocket. And as long as I make this 8, if I'm not mistaken, that this is a break and run. Yep. There we go. I managed to break and run that one and retake the lead. All right, let's see how this break looks. And actually, that doesn't look like topspin anymore, so I think I'm doing the cut break now. Nope, that was the topspin hit. Whenever we get that cue ball to pop like that. Made the 1 ball. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it looks like I made both a solid and a stripe on this one. Don't really like stripes with all this mess right here. I think really my only concern for solids is this 5 ball. I don't remember if it goes into either of the corner pockets because of that 11 ball. Yeah, that's true, Alex. You know, when you're all the opponent's balls are on the table, trying to maneuver the cue ball, you know, so close and to try to avoid everything, it can get rather difficult. All right, let's see. What am I trying to do here? I can see bottom spin on the cue ball. I must be shooting at the 2. Okay, use the other stripe to hold the cue ball, but you can see I'm not happy that the 15 ball comes up and ties up next to my 7 ball, so that sucks. It looks like I'm shooting the 4 into the side. Oh, and I nicely break the 7 ball out. That was with a bunch of bottom spin. Now what am I going to do with my 5? And if I'm pointing right there, that means the 5 ball goes into this corner pocket. So if I remember correctly, I'm going to try to get there right now. From the 7 ball, I think. Yeah, checking to see if I can land here to play the 5 into this corner pocket. Because one problem that I have is if I just roll this 7 ball in, I can't get position on the 6 unless I try to control the cue ball. Rolling the 7 ball in allows me to get position on the 3. And then from the 3, I obviously would have to play to the 6. And then from the 6, how do I get to the 5? Like that would be the retrospect. You can see a lot of bottom spin on this. What else am I doing? Oh, bottom right spin as I tried to get position on the 5 ball and I ended up scratching. Ah, that's disgusting. So, before my opponent plays here, let's talk about this area. Whoop. What do we think? Should I have just played the 7 ball in, get position on the 3, and then try to transition from the 6 to the 5? Did I jump the gun a little too early and try to get position on the 5 right now? Like that basically would be the question. Because clearly there's no multi-rail route that allows me to do something like this. Like we saw that I drew the cue ball here, and there's no route that allows me to end up like this, right? Because I think I'm pretty much going to run into the 8 ball. So if anything, I'm either trying to hit this, I'm either trying to hit the ball like this, or I'm trying to get it to just miss it and come over here, so that way I can shoot the ball here. Now we saw the pace that I had on that ball, so even if I would have missed, there's no way I'm getting position on that 5 ball. Like it'll hit the short rail, hit this rail, and then just come back out over here, and I probably still have to deal with the 3 and the 6 after that. Let's see. Near Sharoni, you're saying if you don't like stripes, but the solids are not an easy start, would you still go for solids? Typically, when I have an open table, the main thing that I try to assess is troubled areas. Like, does one set have more trouble areas than the other? And then if there's a tie on the amount of trouble areas, then what I will try to look for after that is, are there balls in the area that allow me to deal with those trouble spots? So that'll usually be the tiebreaker. So like if solids is more runnable because there are solids near the troubled areas that allow me to open them back up versus stripes, then that's more than likely why I'm going to choose solids versus stripes. In this case here, I just didn't like I guess we'd have to go back. So this is I need to make sure where I mark where the timestamp is. If we go back to when I started, which is right here, and I elect to choose stripes, then let's see, what could I have done differently if I would have chosen stripes instead of solids? Because it looks like I would have to start with the 13 ball. I might be able to cut it into the side pocket here. That's a possibility. That means my cue ball hits the side rail, possibly runs into the 7 ball, and I probably have to try to get position for the 9, because I would definitely have to use the 14 ball to roll up here to get position for either of these guys here. Like that would be the big dividing factor in order to do that. But because if this 5 ball does go, and I honestly don't remember if it does or if it doesn't, but if it did go, that would be the reason why I ended up choosing solids, because really there's no trouble spot on the table for solids versus the trouble spots that there are for stripes, if that makes any sense. So let's go back to where I scratched, which is pretty much right here. And so now my opponent has ball in hand. What if making the first ball is difficult? I mean, that goes back to percentages, right? I mean, it's not like if I already have a set claimed, the odds of my opening shot being a safety just really depends on the percentages, because if I just don't have a shot, which happens often on breaks where like balls spread out everywhere and you just don't have a shot at the set at which you're supposed to have because it's APA, then yeah, I would have to look for like a high percentage safe shot to try to play. But we can see here I gave my opponent ball in hand, so this is not looking good for me. It's like he's just going to stun the cue ball over to the side rail. Or no, he just stuns it to the middle of the table. That was actually really well done. 8 ball in the corner pocket. And when you make mistakes like I just did, you get punished for them, especially by this kind of an opponent. So 2-2. Oh, what a break. Actually, did y'all notice that? Watch both of the corner balls. The 4 and the 12. Y'all see that? Both of the corner balls just went straight over into the corner pockets. So, open table. Considering the position of the cue ball, my opponent elects to start with a combination and is now stripes. And with that, there's no real issue on the table. What do we do here? Stun off the 15 into the 1 ball? Oh, just manages to go past the 1 ball. Can almost play any combination he wants here. 10 into the 14, 9 into the 14, or play the 13 in the side. I think I like the 9-14 combo better, because then I'm automatically getting position on the 10. It's like that right there, because things could go wrong with that kind of combination there, like they did. Obviously, you can see my opponent's not happy about that. I think trying to cut the 9 into the 14 probably just would have had better results, because you automatically get position back on the 10. The question would be is, does the 9 ball stay in the corner pocket, or does it move away and then now the 10 ball has a pocket? So it looks like he tried to bank the 9 ball into the cross corner pocket and was unsuccessful, so I get to come back to the table. Come back to the table. I don't even think I started the table. My opponent broke. So what do we got here? Here it doesn't look like I have a single shot that I can go for. So now it looks like I probably have to come out with some sort of defensive shot. Let's see what I do. I'm looking at the 2 ball. What am I doing? That looks like I have some topspin on the cue ball. What am I doing? Ah, a two-way shot. If I would have banked the 2 ball in, so that means I also must have had a little bit of left spin. If I would have managed to bank the 2 ball in, I can at least still see my 5 ball. So a bit of a two-way shot, both offensive and defensive. Oh, what a shot! Wow. But the cue ball gets away from him. I'm pretty certain he wanted to have position on the 10 ball there. What can he do now? Got a high cue ball. Oh, I think he tried to make my ball for me and then leave the cue ball behind the 10. That's an interesting safety. All right, let's see here. We can see I got some topspin on the cue ball. I'm going to be playing the 2 ball into the side. I had to have had a bit of twist of left spin for it to do that. Does the 1 ball go past the 3? And what am I going to do with the 7 and the 5? That's going to be the big question. Hmm. Yep, you can see I got to put a lot of thought into what am I going to do with this. I'm not sure if I have the angle to where if the 1 ball does go, do I have the angle to where I can push the cue ball over here into the 5 and 7 and separate them a little bit? Oh, I must be playing safe then. Yep. Didn't like the fact that I probably could have made the 1, but I didn't really have the angle to play the breakout, so I elect to play safe. Ooh, ball in hand foul. Wonder why I had to wipe the table there. Must have been some chalk debris. All right, let's see here. You can see I'm looking at trying to play the 5 ball into the corner pocket, but I'm so close to this stuff, I end up changing my mind because I don't like it. I don't want to possibly double hit the cue ball with my cue. So I must be wanting to play another defensive shot. Yep, I'm going to bank the or push the 5 behind the 7, have it hit the 10 from behind, push the cue ball up over by the 7, and so that way both balls should now be accessible towards pockets. Pretty much like that. That was just with a slight bit of a rolling cue ball and just a soft hit. Right, nice little bank attempt there. Pretty sure he's probably not wanting to make it though, right? When you think about it, because why bother making that ball and then you don't have position on your last ball? So I'm pretty sure this is intentional. Like he wanted this ball somewhere over here so that way he can block this pocket from all 3 of my solids. So that was actually pretty good. Let's see. I'm now more than certain that I'm just gonna play this ball in. What do I have? Is that top left? Did I do that on purpose? I had to have. Yeah, I did another safety. I could have made that ball, but I played safe instead. So never mind. I thought I was trying to make that ball. That had to have been on purpose. So one rail kick. Oh, how'd he hit it? Oh my goodness. Wow. So I have to one rail kick now, but the odds of me hitting one of my solids is pretty good. Trying to remember which ball am I trying to hit though. I honestly don't remember. I end up hitting the three. I definitely knew that I hit the three on the wrong side. If I'd have hit the three on the other side, then my cue ball would be over by the seven or whatever, and no telling whether or not if there would just be an open shot here. Now my opponent's stretching uncomfortably across the table. Managed to play two rail shape to get position on the 10. How is he going to go from the 10 to the 8? Tries to go back and forth. Uh-oh. And doesn't make it either. What do you call that? Do you call that an overhit or didn't hit it hard enough? Like, is he wanting to land somewhere over here, or is he wanting to get past the one ball and land here in the window? Which one do y'all think it was? Okay, good kick by my opponent. Now, the 7 ball does not pass the 5 ball. And I'm actually not comfortable shooting the 3. You can see it's 2 to 2, race to 3. And like if I remember correctly, like it just didn't feel top notch at this time. So I end up playing a safe on this one here. Push the 7 ball out into the open, hide the cue ball behind the 3. Right? So now everything's kind of out in the open. Right? So if I can end up getting a shot here, whether it's ball in hand or not, I should be able to attack the table. You can see he's going to try to call the 8 ball into the corner pocket, so it'll be one rail kicking this from the short rail down to the bottom left. Ooh, good hit. All right, pretty much back where I started, but now we're in a completely different scenario, right? Now I'm comfortable playing a shot. Let's see, what am I doing here? Looks like it's going to be the 5 ball first. I have a little bit of draw on the cue ball. I'm going to try to hold the cue ball. Okay, that means I'm playing the 1 ball next. 1 should be going into the side pocket. Automatically have some topspin on the cue ball. Cue ball just rolls forward. Play position for the 7. What do I do here? That looks like a center ball. Yeah, that was just a rolling ball as I go to the side rail and back out. I'm able to shoot the 3 ball down into the bottom right corner pocket and kind of just stun over and get a little bit closer to the 8 ball. Yeah, so that was with a little bit of draw. So all that patience at least paid off. And John, I'm not going to disagree with you about how I'm overthinking on this particular area. I was just playing a lot more conservatively versus aggressively on how I usually play some of my matches. Because you're right, I was overthinking on this particular rack here. All right, so I'm up to 3. Ah, look at that. How many balls did I make on the break and I scratched? Could have sworn I saw like 3 balls go in. Was that 3, 6, 9, 12? Yeah, 3 balls went in on the break and I scratched. So in APA, when you scratch on the break, you have to start with the cue ball behind the head string. Let's see what my opponent does. Oh, and he ends up Ah, I'm missing the 10 ball. All right, so it's still an open table. Let's see what I do. Looks like I like stripes. Looks like I'm eyeballing the 14 ball. What am I doing with the cue ball? Nice inside spin shot there to send the cue ball 2 rails. So that's a bit of right spin. Not sure I wanted to bump into this ball, even though it's still accessible where it's at. But I must be playing. I must be playing the 15 ball next. I would have to think. Looks like I got some bottom spin on the cue ball. What am I doing? Yeah, I try to draw back for the 9. Oh, that's right. I remember this shot. Watch what happens. This is inside spin. Y'all see that? If anything, I think I rushed that shot. If I go back and look at it, go back and look here. I have a high left on this shot here because the angle that I have here automatically causes the cue ball to go over to my right. So you saw the results of the cue ball. Like this ball was supposed to go here, and my cue ball was supposed to go here, here, come back out, and then I'm pretty much done, right? I could shoot this ball in with some bottom right, and then have the cue ball just come over here and shoot the 8 ball into the same corner pocket, right? But I ended up botching that 9 ball the way that I did. Bobbles the pocket. What did I do? Did I overcut it or undercut it? Oop. Slow that down. So that's an overcut because I'm trying to cheat the pocket so that way I can get the cue ball over here to the side rail, I think, in order to do the spins that I want. Is that the correct spin? Yes, it is. It is top left spin on the ball in order to try to create this result here, and I end up messing it up. Otherwise, I was supposed to be out. So now my opponent has a wide open table, starts with the 1 ball, immediately shoots it into the side pocket, gets position on the 3, holds the cue ball for the 4. You can see it looks like he's playing fast and loose on this one. Shoots the 5, comes off the short rail. Is he going to go for the... He's going to go for the 7. I'm imagining the 2 ball is going to be the last ball he would try to use to play for the 8. 7 balls next. That means the 6 ball must be coming into play. That's with top left spin. Doesn't want to get flat on this ball, though. No, he's more than good. Stun over to the middle of the table. Just like that. 2 ball into the lower right. And then the 8 ball into the upper right. Overhit that ball just a bit, but he still should be okay. Yeah, and he cleans up on my mistake, and we're now 3-3. If I'd have just made that 9 ball. Okay, I think I saw a ball fall, and there went the 9 ball. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4. Maybe it was just the 9 ball. What did I must be seeing things. Yeah, so my opponent is solids. Or stripes, I'm sorry. And he tries to play a carom off of his 11 ball to make his 15. I come to the table as solids. Do I even have a shot? Maybe the 6 in the side? I can't tell if there's a window there. Um, RD, autistic skew, my opponent is a 7. So I was able to play the 6 in the side pocket. Looks like I have position for the 5. I also have position on the 1. Looks like I'm playing the 5 ball. No, do I change my mind? No. I'm going to play the 5. Definitely have to have some top spin. I'm going to the side rail. Where else am I going after that? Okay, a twist of left spin to come back out for position on the 1. I would have to think I would just roll this ball in and have position on either the 3 or the 4. Yeah, got a lot of top spin on this ball. Just roll the 1 ball in. Or I didn't roll it, actually. And actually, that's top left spin if the cue ball's reacting like that. Now, I actually kind of like this, because if I do play the 3 ball, I can force the cue ball into the 14 ball and have position on the 4. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do here. Oh, that could have went all kinds of wrong, but I'm glad it didn't. I can play the 4 ball now and get position on the 2. Oh, Vinay, you're interested to see how I get on the 7? So am I. Looks like I got a high ball here, probably a twist of left spin. Yeah, to get behind the 2. All right, so I should be able to just stun right through these 2 balls, or maybe stun into this ball. So yeah, you can see I got some bottom spin. I stunned through it, but I clipped the 11 ball, and that causes me to lose position on the 7. I'm pretty sure, if anything, I wanted to either stun right through it or run into one of them in such a way to where I have position on the 7 to go here into the side pocket. So, unfortunate. Let's see what I do here. What would y'all do here? Near Shironi, you're saying drawback for the 7 in the top left? Let's go back and look at that. I can't say I would disagree. I definitely do think that's a possibility. I think the problem would be is because since I am slightly cutting this, am I going to draw like this? Or would I be able to maybe throw the ball in, right? Still put the bottom spin with some left spin and hit the 2 ball flatter. So that way, hopefully, the spin throws the 2 ball towards the corner pocket, and that way I can hopefully draw back like this and play the 7 in the top left. That's certainly a possibility. You know, it's always funny to think about what you could have done in retrospect. What? Let's see what I do here. All right, here we go. Think I'm putting enough chalk on my cue? I'm still thinking about it. Let's get to where I shoot. There we go. What am I going to do here? Tried to play a safety. Push my cue ball, or push my ball away from everything, and then lock the cue ball up against the 8 ball. I don't know. Does anybody see a different safety that I could have done? Because as you can see, it wasn't very safe. Well, it doesn't look like my opponent likes the position that he got. And plays safe against me. Right? This is the right way. The right way. I was gonna say, like, is it the right way or a way? This is the right way to play basically any game. You know, he could have attempted to go for some sort of hero shot, but what are the odds that I would be able to kick the 7 ball in and get position on the 8? Right? That's what he's thinking about. right? So and that's what would cause him to play safe like this. And it's probably the best decision that you're supposed to make at this point here. He would just have to hope that I either don't kick it in and get position, or don't hit it at all and he gets ball in hand, or just don't leave him some sort of hard shot. All right, so it looks like I got some topspin on the cue ball. Oh, and I had to have been trying to play that ball with the way that I hit it. I don't know why it got up so quickly, though. But hey, look at the luck that I got. Tied up his 2 stripes. So that's actually a good thing for me. It helps delay the game. Maybe I get another opportunity at the table. So a little bit lucky. Look at this. He plays another safety. Let's see here. Y'all know how badly I would want to be able to jump this, but in APA you can't use jump cues, and I'm not jumping full cue with a soft tip on my Predator Black. Because you are allowed to jump in the APA, you just have to use your full cue when you jump. Ooh, y'all see what I'm doing here? Y'all know what this is? This is the double the distance measuring system. So basically, actually, I can try to break this down on this part here. So basically, what I've done is I've pinpointed where I think the center of the ghost ball is if I were to just shoot straight at this ball for it to go into the corner pocket. All right, so that's where my tip is at, the center of the ghost ball. And so now I place my fingers here on the rail. And so what happens is when I pull the tip of my cue back to the rail, watch where my fingers end up. So right here, what I end up doing is I try to draw a straight line with my eyes through the cue ball like this. So and the camera, where the line is on this view here is probably not correct, but this is basically what I'm doing in real time. Because wherever that line goes through gives me an idea of where I need to kick the cue ball one rail in order to have a chance at least hitting the ball, let alone making the ball. This is called the double the distance measuring system, or I think it's also referred to maybe as the mirror system, because you mirror the distance from here to here out to here in order to see where you have to kick the cue ball. So I'm actually going to leave the line on the video, and let's see if even from this camera angle does it work out. It looks like it does. I have to kick just above the side pocket in order to possibly make the 7 ball into the corner pocket. Right? Pretty good. At least almost guarantees that you're going to hit the ball, let alone make the ball. So my opponent still has to deal with this. So at least I got a good hit. Vinay Pai, you're asking if I need to adjust the distance a bit to account for the fact that you're banking off the side rail at a shallow angle. If I think you're correct, but the shallow angle that you're referring to is not that angle. If the angle was more shallow than that, then yes, I do believe that's correct. So now my opponent tries to make his ball, fails at doing so, but then also luckily breaks out his ball, and then leaves me a rather thin cut shot at this 7 ball. Like, I have an opportunity here, so I do go for it. I play this with, I think, some top left spin as I'm going to try to zigzag the cue ball back to at least get somewhere near the 8 ball. Kind of like this. That was a good shot. Don't get up on that 13 ball. Ugh, that's disgusting. Where would I want the cue ball, right? Ideally, like right here or right here. And you can see, like, I'm looking at from this cut angle here. If I do try to go for the corner pocket, I'm more than likely going to scratch. I can't dig at the cue ball because the 13 ball is in the way, so I can try to avoid scratching and causing the cue ball to hit the side rail. So what do you do? What do you do? What do you do in this position? I'm going to try to bank this 8 ball. It's the only thing I can see. Because there's no playing safe here. This is do or die. You can see I call the 8 ball up here. I'm gonna try to bank this ball in, and I also know that my cue ball is at an angle where it's gonna cross the path of the 8 ball, so I hopefully have to avoid the double kiss. Like that. But I missed. So much for that one. Right? I would pretty much have to guess that I'm losing the rack from here. I'd have to get a miracle to get back at the table here. Starts with the 11 ball, stun over to the side rail maybe, gets a little bump off the 10. You can almost run this in any order. Elects to shoot the 13 ball, gets position on the 15. Plays that with some top left. Has position on the 14 or the 10. More than likely plays the 14 ball with a little bit of draw so he can play the 10 in the side pocket. Just like this. And then just draws back for position on the 8. Or he can just follow forward. Yeah, he follows forward with topspin, comes off the side rail, 8 ball into the top left corner pocket. So I did what I could there. If I'd have just got better position on the 8 ball on my last ball, this would be my rack and not my opponent's rack. But my opponent is on the hill. All right, here we go. Stripe down, 2 stripes down. Okay, looks like he's got a straight line shot at the 15 in the bottom left. Ooh, tries to break out the 12 ball. Oh, let's see here. What do we do here? Nine ball in the corner pocket or the side? He goes for the corner. Gets position on the 11 for the side. What do you do with the 12 ball? This doesn't look good for me if this is a break and run. Okay, where does the 12 go? Does the 12 go on the side? Oh, the 12 did go on the side, but he missed it. Leaves the cue ball flat on the short rail there. And looks like I'm going to try to back cut the 4 ball into the corner pocket. I've already done that a couple of times during this match here. Actually, that's another inning. And I don't end up cutting the ball enough. Oh, gosh. Well, that might be all she wrote. 10 ball down. 12 ball in the side pocket. Yep, and then 8 ball in the bottom right corner pocket. And I'm not able to redeem myself in 8 ball against this opponent. And that's all she wrote. 3-5 in 14 innings. Man, could I have done better? Of course I could have. But whatever. It was still a good match. And so, like, between all the videos that I've posted between me and this opponent here, he's got 2 matches on me in 8 ball, and I've got 1 match on him in 9 ball. So still good on my opponent. This is actually one of my more favorite opponents to play in our APA league because he's just as skillful as I am. And in our local pool hall, I think there's only about think there's about five or six of us that we're all like relatively close to one another. So when we play each other, it typically turns out to be a really good matchup. So hopefully next time I run into him, I can beat him. But we'll see. So let's go back to this because that was pretty much the last match that I had for the night. I can actually spend another good evening clipping those videos out and publishing them separately. What do we have here? There's 57 of y'all in here, and I have 60 likes, so that is awesome. Thank you so much for all of the support that I get off of here. I can only hope that, even when you see matches where I lose, right? You can learn something from my opponent when my opponent beats me, or just looking at all this in retrospect on things that I could have done differently. I've already seen some comments to where it's like, look for easier shots. That's typically what I look for on most of this stuff. But whenever I suffer a loss, this is basically what I get out of it is to learn what should I have done better in order to try to achieve the victory. Were there shots that I just didn't go for? Did I just have poor cue ball execution? These are all the little things that I always try to dig deep and figure out where did things go wrong and how I could have fixed them so that way I can obviously improve. Um, so yeah, what'd y'all think of that one? Or what'd y'all think of just the matches just in general? Let's see. Autistic Skew, you're asking, do you guys play Around the World? I don't know what that is. 14-1 continuous. Nobody really likes to play that. I love to play straight pool, but not really a whole lot like to play it in this area. My opponent here likes to play one pocket, and I like to play one pocket with him. So from time to time, we'll actually play one pocket. There's not really a whole lot of people in our area that play one pocket, but when we find them, we do play against each other in it. Bill Barr, you're saying your division only has one Super 7 who averages like 2.7 points per match every session. Yeah, like that's pretty much like what our area is. Like, at least like there are at least in my area, like I said, about five or six of us that are all relatively around the same skill level. But of the five or six of us, I think only two or three of us play in the APA and we're obviously not on the same team, so it's very rare that we ever get to. It's actually kind of rare that we actually get to run into one another because if my opponent's not there, then chances are I'm not playing, or if I'm not there, then chances are my opponent's not going to be playing. It's just usually how it pans itself out. Andrada Productions, you're saying that you learned a tremendous amount of knowledge from watching my videos, so that's awesome. I really do appreciate that. That true, John Smith, that One Pocket was first created by Minnesota Fats? I didn't know that. Learn something every day. Dime Peace. I think this is the first time I've seen you in my live streams. Welcome to the live stream. And you're saying you're glad you found this. You love the content and it always helps to watch live rounds. That's awesome. That's really what I'm going for here. There was a point in time where I know some of the commentator or some people that would comment on my past APA videos that I would basically do post production is like, when am I gonna post a match where I lose, right? And I'm happy to post matches where I lose because like this, it's just it not to sound cocky or anything, it just doesn't happen very often. But when it does happen, and I do happen to have it recorded, I have no problems sharing it. I've shared both my Texas State Open matches and my BCA State 10 ball events where all the matches that I showed there were losses. So that way I have on record something that I can look at later on in the future and try to assess what did I do wrong, what could I do to make it better, et cetera, et cetera. I did play in the Texas Open this year, and I have 3 recorded matches that I'm eventually going to review just like this. So that way you can see me play 9 ball on a 9-foot table as opposed to on 7-foot bar boxes, right? So, because I like to play on 9-foot tables, but here in my area, we're pretty much dominated by league play, so we play a lot on 7-foot tables. This pool hall happens to have one 9-foot diamond table, and me and some buddies try to play on that whenever we have the chance. So These are all the different types of contents that I typically like to produce for everybody. Minnesota Fats was a fictional character. He's not a fictional character. I mean, Minnesota Fats is not his legal given name, but I mean, he's known as Minnesota Fats. So I I can look this up. I don't know what his legal given name is. Rudolph Wanderun, if I'm saying his last name correctly. But are you saying that are you saying, John, that he was the one, Rudolph Wanderun was the one that created One Pocket? Because I never knew that. Thank you, Russell. I really do appreciate that. Like I said, if I have matches where I lose, I have no problem posting them. And that's why I also have no problem just posting matches in general, right? Because it's easy to make myself look like a professional pool player in any of my YouTube videos, right? Because I can just record take after take after take after take until everything is just done perfectly. But when you watch me play in a live environment like an APA match, a BCA match, or whatever, you get to see me play live. So you're going to get to see me make mistakes. You're going to see me overthink something, or you're going to see me come up with a route that you didn't even think of and probably was not the best route, or maybe it was a better route versus what you saw, etc., etc. It's all for a learning thing. It helps me learn, especially if I hear comments from viewers as to why didn't you play it this way versus that way, and then vice versa, where you're thinking like I would have played it this way, and then all of a sudden you go, man, I never would have thought of that. So it's both a learning tool for both myself and any of the viewers that happen to watch. Yeah, this is awesome. I really do appreciate all the compliments on how this works out. That's why I really like and doing. I really enjoy doing live streams of doing my reviews now rather than doing post production. It's definitely going to take off a lot of work. I've been live streaming now for almost 4 hours, and this is 4 hours worthwhile because I'm actually engaging with viewers while I'm actually reviewing these matches. And of course, you get to see me mess up when I'm doing the live streams. I'm trying to call a shot, like I think I'm doing this, and all of a sudden I do something completely different. That's pretty much what I do, John. It depends on the layout of the table, on whether or not I play easier shots. That's typically what I always try to go for. But sometimes you do have to keep in mind though that what you see on camera is not what you see at the table. Right, so what appears to be an easy shot on camera may not actually be an easy shot when you're actually at the table. But typically, you are right. I do try to look for easier routes, easier transitions, et cetera, et cetera. But you as would know as well as I that sometimes just you have to go for like the medium difficulty shot or the harder difficulty shot just to put yourself back in line, so that way the rest of the run out is easier as well. Right, so I try to do it more. I try to do it more times than not if I can help it. But I also try to do it to the fact to where I'm just not over analyzing the table just like over and over and over and over. Like, because that's why you saw during most of my turns, I usually walk a lap or two around the table and try to plan everything out. And so that way, when I start executing shots, I'm just doing one shot after another, especially if my transitions are right where I need it to be. Because when a transition doesn't happen accordingly, then I got to replan, everything out. And then that's where, what was supposed to be an easier shot turns into a medium level shot or turns into a hard shot. It's just the way it is. Ooh, I'm glad some of this stuff is finally starting to come out. Near Sharoni, you're wondering what are my thoughts on Judd Trump's run at the U.S. Open Pool Championship? Fan freaking tastic. I'm glad to see it happen. I thought he did a magnificent job. I think there was a lot of talk about whether he was favorite to win. Yeah, I thought that was kind of a far stretch. I say that because even as a pool player, I can acknowledge that snooker is a very difficult game to play, right? The balls are smaller, the table is much bigger, the pockets are smaller. It requires you to be more precise in order to be able to pocket a ball and then, of course, get position on another ball. But The difference between snooker and nine ball is you're playing red to a color, red to a color, red to a color, red to a color, right? And if you don't get position on the red that you're looking for, chances are you might get position on another red that might be available. Or if you don't get the exact position on a particular color, then hopefully you have a position on a different color, right? Very similar to how 8 ball works, right? If you don't get position on the ball that you're looking for, you might have position on another ball. That is not the same thing as playing rotational pool, right? You can't have backup shots in rotational pool. The only thing you can do is play a safety if you do not get the transition that you're looking for. And Judd played fabulously. He even did a jump shot, right? Everybody was like, "Oh, finally he does a jump shot," when the ball that he was jumping towards was actually sitting in a pocket, and he makes the jump shot, right? So it's fantastic. But it's just not the same thing. And I've seen plenty of conversations where there's just this stigma or stereotype or whatever about how much better snooker players are than pool players. I mean, if you have to make that kind of argument to make yourself feel better, I mean, fine. But they're two totally different sports, two totally different strategies. The only thing that remains the same between the two is that they're cue sports, right? You have to put a ball into a pocket and transition to the next ball, right? But again, in my opinion, there's a complete difference between playing rotational pool, because there's a very specific route that you have to play, and in 8 ball, snooker, straight pool, there's not really a very particular route. There's usually at least a very particular route that you're going to want to play when you're at the table. But if it doesn't go according to plan, then you're going to end up either playing a backup shot if one is available, or playing some sort of defensive shot. Right? That's the real biggest difference between the two. Because what's going to happen if a pool player goes to play snooker? Right? They're going to struggle, right? Because they have to be more precise. They can't cheat the pocket as much like pool players would do. And what is Judd probably not used to doing? Judd's probably not used to cheating pockets, right? Because you can't really cheat a pocket when you're playing snooker. You have to just be super precise, which also means you have to allow the cue ball to just roll around. You can't really do a bunch of twisting of the cue ball, spinning the cue ball. There are shots where it comes out in snooker, like heavy screw shots, or what we would know as draw shots, right? There's just all these little nitpick differences between the game that make them unique to one another. And so is one harder than the other? I mean, it really just depends on the player, right? Judd, fabulous snooker player, very famous, high-level snooker player, makes his attempt at 9 ball, and as far as I'm concerned, hopefully like just opens up the perspective of what the difference is between snooker and 9 ball, right? Because Judd just plowed through his first 2 opponents, comes up against Jason Shaw, and Jason Shaw just completely annihilates him after that, and then does that nice hill. I think he lost hill to hill against Jason Theron. I think was his opponent after that, right? So he did a good job. I think he at least made the money when he did that. And I kind of wish more stuff like that would happen. If that's basically the gist of your question, is like, what do I think? And I think there should be pool players that try to play snooker. Like, when it comes to who is the best player in the world, pool player or Q sport player, whatever, right? How are you supposed to classify that? Is it a player that can play snooker, 9 ball, one pocket, bank pool, 8 ball, straight pool, all the queuing sports that there are? Because if I were to ask everybody in the chat who's the greatest 9 ball player, what are y'all gonna say? Most likely Shane Van Boning, Joshua Filler, maybe even Jason Shaw. Bunch of different names that you can possibly throw out. Who would you say is the best 8 ball player? Who would you say is the best straight pool player? Would it be John Schmidt because he's the world record holder? I mean, but who is the best Q sport player? Like, is there someone that we would classify that? Not entirely sure, right? But that's my thoughts on Judd playing the U.S. 9 ball Open. I was happy to see it, right? And I would hope to see more of it. If y'all have been following the U.S. Open, you heard that Matchroom announced that they're going to be having the UK Open. So I would hope maybe some of the snooker players would go try the UK Open. Since it's going to be more in their backyard now than having to fly over here to the States. Right. So I think it's going to be awesome to have this crossover, and I would hope that the sport would have more crossovers like this in the future. I think it's definitely good for the sport, and brings a little bit more hype to the sport. Good question though. I was glad to finally see if someone was going to ask about like how's the U.S. Open faring. Speaking of which, did anybody see the match with Shane Van Boening against what's it Ruiz? Oh man, like that was such an amazing match to watch. Shane Van Boening starts the match out with a 5 pack, but then still ends up losing after that. Vinay Pai, you're asking me, did I see Ronnie O'Sullivan's American Hustle? It's on YouTube, where Ronnie O'Sullivan comes over here and tries to hustle at pool. I did. I don't remember if all the episodes are on YouTube, but I did watch a couple of the episodes that were on there, and I thought it was a cool thing. So Mark Selby's going to give this a try also, because like we've already had who are the other snooker players that played now? Like I know Steve Davis did it. He's been on the Mosconi Cup team for Team Europe a couple of times. Didn't Mark White or not Mark White? Or is it Mark White? Like how many snooker players have actually played pool? I think Ronnie was on the Mosconi Cup team as well. It's not like it's a first time thing of a snooker player actually playing like pool versus snooker, but it's definitely something I think that should happen more often. Jimmy White. Okay, there we go. I knew it was White something. Yeah, that's right. I did forget about that. Kelly Fisher was actually started off as a snooker player before she started playing nine ball. So I definitely think there shouldn't be this separation between pool and snooker. And so to see the crossover, like I said, I think is going to be a good thing for the sport in general for both sides. Actually, maybe one day we'll actually see a pool player give it a try in snooker. It certainly couldn't hurt, right? If a pool player were to become a good snooker player and play on tight pockets and stuff and get real precise at playing on tight pockets, then all of a sudden come back home and start playing on some buckets, like, who knows? But I definitely think it should work out and have more of a positive effect for the game. And with what Matchroom is currently doing, I hope can actually bring popularity to the game again. But I also know right now with everybody is still complaining about magic racks, winter break, and like pockets being too big, et cetera, et cetera. And my only opinion that I have on that is when when is the game going to be difficult enough for people to not complain? Right? If you look at the evolution of the game, back when I think cues were referred to as maces because they didn't have the leather tip on them. And then eventually when the first leather tip gets put on the cue, now the cue ball is actually much easier to control after that. And then when people realize they can't reach a certain shot, so the bridge gets invented that helps make long shots easier. When they start realizing jumping with a full cue, though it can be done, is just more difficult than using a jump cue. And when the jump cue first came out, I think it was not widely accepted, and then everybody was like, okay, great, now we have another tool to help with jump shots. But then now lately, everybody complains like jump shots make the game too easy. And jump cues should be banned. We should go back to just using kick shots and whatnot. And they say the same thing about the template rack, right? Because when the days of non-template racks were in play, the players would complain about how like the referee must be good racking for one opponent and bad racking for another opponent, right? So then the template rack gets created, and all of a sudden, yay! Now we have consistent racks, no matter what. And then now all of a sudden, oh, now we got to get rid of the template racks because the game is now too easy, right? And then we go from, the pockets are too big and we make the pockets smaller. So to me, I went on that long rant about that because as far as I'm concerned, there is absolutely nothing you can do to the game to make it more challenging to where the complaints will stop, right? There will always be a certain individual that will come in and beat the game, right? Because that's basically like the whole point. The whole point of it all is to become really, really good at the game. And I kind of think that trying to make the game more difficult, though might be good for the professionals, it's probably not going to be a good idea for your amateurs that want to get into the game in order to become a professional. Um, and everybody would say, well, those people just need to get good. And I think that's a terrible argument because anybody that basically says get good, well, can't you just apply that argument across the board? Anybody that basically complains about jump shots or jump cues are too easy, well, why don't you just get good at using a jump cue? So therefore, you're on the same playing ground. Um, if everybody says that template racks make the game too easy, well then why aren't you breaking and running racks with the template rack? Get good, right? These things are here to stay. So it's like as the game evolves, we as players have to evolve. I'm just curious to see when will the evolution stop, and people will just be satisfied at which the games that we're playing. Because if we go back to using regular racks, which I'm not opposed to, going back and using regular racks, I just don't see people stop complaining. Right? You go back to the regular rack because that's what everybody says that we should go towards, and the next thing you know, someone's going to be complaining about how they got a bad rack. But we can't go back to the template racks because the racks that makes the game too easy. Where do you break even? And for anybody that wants to say basically no jump shots because the jump cue makes it too easy, are you willing to apply that same argument to golf? Because we already know that pool and golf are always like the two sports that get compared to one another. And when I say, are you willing to use that same argument in golf? Because in golf, you have all these tools that make the game easier, right? Golf courses used to not have 300 to 400 yard holes, right? Until the new golf clubs started coming out and people were able to hit the ball farther, more accurate, et cetera, et cetera. So they try to make the game a little bit more difficult so that way people aren't getting to the hole basically in one shot. But then on top of that, there's the sand hazard, right? And when you get into the sand hazard, what do you have? You have a sand wedge to help get out of the sand wedge easier, right? So when I hear the argument about the jump cue doesn't punish a good player for getting bad position because they can just easily jump over a ball versus kicking at the ball. Well, if you're going to take away the jump cue, my argument would be, would you take away a sand wedge from a golfer? And if you would, then okay, fine. So now we're at least on the same field. But if you don't want to take away tools from one game, but take away tools from the other game that roughly serve the same purpose, right? They make certain scenarios easier. Then that's something that we're definitely just not going to be able to agree on. I'm in favor for the jump cue. It serves a specific purpose, and on shots that I'm okay at kicking, I'm going to kick, and on shots that I'm okay with jumping, I'm going to jump. It's just as simple as that. Now, I did hear of a rule though that I think has been tried a couple of times, and that might become a thing, is that you're only allowed to jump one time in a rack. Like that might be a nice little twist of a rule to put in place for any type of 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball, or whatever. And so because that means you have to strategically pick when you're actually going to do a jump shot versus just doing jump shots all the time. But who knows? Like I said, the rules keep changing. and they keep changing to make it harder and harder, because people figure out how to, you know, get past these rules. And I think that's just something that's just not going to stop. I think there's always going you're always going to find a way to get around, not get around the rule, to master the rules and be the best player, because that's basically what happens. Putting the nine on the spot, putting in the 3-point rule, people figure these things out, and then the game still becomes simple after the fact. And so they try to make it harder again after that. And so when does that ever stop? At some point in time, I think it would have to. Let's see. Vinay Pai, you're saying my favorite rule is winner break, where if your opponent runs out without you shooting, you get a chance to run back. Let them run an 11 pack. You come back and do it better. It depends, right? When we're watching the U.S. Open, and we're seeing these 9-0, 9-1, 9-3, 11-1, 11-0, 11-2 victories, that gives at least the favor to argue for alternating breaks, and that's at least a good argument. But I do have to agree that if you don't have winner breaks, you don't get to see a magnificent feat of breaking and running 11 racks, or Shane Van Boning breaking and running 5 racks, or what did Dennis Orcolio do in his match against Shane Van Boning with the 9 on the spot? He broke and ran 10 racks in a row, right? That in and of itself is amazing as well. Like, that's not an easy thing to do, but Dennis made it look easy, so I guess that's why people think it's easy. But I mean, like, how many people can actually do that? So, like, it's going to be tough trying to figure out where this middle ground is on trying to, find a good rule set that everybody's going to be happy with and no one's going to complain about, and so that way the game doesn't have to just keep continuing to evolve in level of difficulty. But who knows? Only time will tell. Billiards, fun addiction. Mike M78 Morrow. You want to see only 3 safeties per rack? I think the only problem we get into doing stuff like that is who's tracking all that stuff, right? To know, like, hey, you've already played your third safe. You can't play another safe, right? And then of course, how do you delineate what is a safe, right? Because I mean, some people are good enough to make a an attempt at a shot look like they're intentionally going for the shot when in fact they're playing safe. Right? So how do you limit the number of safes that you can actually play when playing safe is playing a safety shot can be highly subjective. Um, and like I said, I think it'll be hard to track to do something like that. So this is all very interesting. Like I said, and this is why we have to have these types of discussions to figure out like what we hopefully can, all agree on as to what would be good for the game. All right. So I'm going to leave the floor open for another couple of minutes for any types of questions or whatever, and then pretty much cut the stream. So does anybody have any final questions? William Brown, you're talking about Jeff DeLuna whitewashing Alex. Like, yeah, like what a feat, right? What was it? It was 9-0, or 11-0 or whatever, and Alex didn't make a single ball. Like, how brutal is that of a stat to track? He got chances to shoot at a ball. He just didn't make a single ball. Like, that's rough. All right, so let's see here. I'm not really seeing any questions here. I've been streaming now for almost 4 hours and 15 minutes. All I can say is thanks everybody for being here. Let's see. Near Sharona, you're wanting to know who is my favorite to win the U.S. Open pool. I'd have to go back and let's see. What's the final 16? All right, the last 16. Actually, you know what? Let me try to do something here. Let's do this, and all right, there's that. Or actually, hold on. Let me take just this out. Okay, give me just a second. We can talk about this. There we go. And let me do that. I think that's what I want. And let's move this down right about here. And that probably means I have to move. So we're going to do this right here. I'm going to turn this off. And so I need to move myself out of the way. Nope, not that. I'm going to move me out of the way. There we go. Okay, so what are we talking about? The last 16 players here. We got Aloysius Yap. I'm going to butcher all these names. He's the guy that at least knocked Joshua Filler into the losers bracket. And lo and behold, I do not even see Joshua Filler's name. So the defending champion ain't going to be defending his title. We got Dennis Grabe, Max Lechner, Dennis Orcollo, Johan Chua, David Alcade, Fedor Gorst, Francisco Ruiz, who put Shane Van Boning in the losers bracket, and Shane Van Boning came back to be in the final 16. Rodrigo Geronimo, Miensko Forchutsky, Mario He, John Mora, Carlo Beato, Marco Tusier, and Naoki Oi. I got to meet Naoki at the Texas State Open. He is quite the character. Now, man, of these final 16 players, like who do I think is going to who do I think is going to win? Oh, and there you go. Yeah, look at this. Miensko Forchuski beat Joshua Filler 11-3. Like, holy cow. I don't know, folks. Like, what do y'all think? Like, if I had to play favorites, like I'd have to Team USA, right? I gotta root for Shane Van Boning on this one, right? Man, that is gonna be one tough lineup. What do we think? I'll leave this open for a little bit. Like, light up the chat. Like, who's gonna be the winner out of these 16 players? What do we think, folks? Jeez, Shane Van Boning beat Albin Ocean 11-2. Doug Simpson, you put two ends on your Dennis. So I'm guessing that's Orcollo. That's not a bad bet. We got a vote for Beato. I see a couple of votes for Shane. Can I make the font larger? I can try to do this. Does this help? There we go. Does that help? William Brown, we got a vote for Albin. Albin is not in the final 16. He has no chance. Exactly. Matua, where's Jason Shaw? He didn't make it. Right? Oh, we got a final prediction. We're thinking that it's going to be Naoki Oi versus Shane Van Boning, and Shane Van Boning is going to win on the hill. I like the prediction. This is awesome. Like, yeah, I mean, like seeing all these, like, there's no right answer. Like, this is a very, very tough lineup. Very, very tough lineup. Naoki Oi just came off runner-up from the 10 ball event, right? Losing to who was it? Ikante Kachi, I think. These are gonna be some really good matches, I have to say, right? I think these are gonna be some really, really good matches. I don't know. Woo! This is gonna be really interesting. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this is gonna go. But everybody, I've enjoyed these last few minutes talking and sharing opinions, sharing thoughts and stuff because like that's what we're supposed to do here. Is like just have good dialogues and get people's opinions on stuff. Whether we agree to disagree is perfectly fine. There's no reason to argue about all this stuff. No one's better than the other. And now, like I said, now that we have this whole spiel of Schnooker is now crossing over into pool and stuff, I still think that's going to be a good matchup, or it's going to be good for the sport to help it grow. But I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream for tonight. I really do appreciate everybody being here. But what I can say is be on the lookout for my next live stream that I'll be doing most likely this coming Saturday or Sunday, where I will be announcing the winner of the J Flower JF10-10F playing cue that I reviewed in my pull product review video, even though it didn't reach 30,000 views like I would have liked. It's just an arbitrary number that I happened to pick, and it made a good run. It got up to 20,000. And then shortly after that, you'll probably see a product review of another J Flower cue. And keep in mind, J Flower is not the only thing that I'm going to be reviewing. I have some poison jump break cues that I still got to look at, plus some other stuff. And pool cues are not the only thing that I'm going to be reviewing as well. It's just another thing that I'm going to add to my channel as far as reviewing pool related products. And so we'll get to see how things go from there. But you can rest assured that I'm still going to have plenty of stuff to give away, right? So at the very least, help me get to 75,000 subscribers, right? So that way, somebody can win this 2x4 poison case that's filled with a poison jump break cue and a poison arsenic playing cue. Right? It's because it's my way of saying thank you for all the support that everybody has given me as I'm just working towards trying to get that 100,000 subscriber, because that is what I am trying to do. Autistic Skew, you're asking if I have a contest open. It's not really a contest. If you go to my channel, I can actually just drop a link in the chat. It's my first product review video that I did of a J Flower cue. So like the link is actually in the chat now. I'm gonna go ahead and pin it up above. So if you watch that video, you'll see me basically do a breakdown of the cue. Does the cue match up with the specs? How does the cue feel? How does the cue hit? I actually try to put it through a deflection test, et cetera, et cetera. Basically review the cue. And it's a cue that I'm giving away. So if you want a chance to be able to win that cue, go watch that video, give that video a thumbs up, make sure that you're subscribed to my channel and that your subscription list is public, because I have to be able to verify that you're one of my subscribers. And leave a comment on that video, because sometime on Saturday or Sunday, I'm just not entirely sure on what day, I'm going to do a live stream where I'm going to randomly pick a comment out of that video, and whoever I pick is going to be the winner of the cue. But when I pick their comment, I'm going to go to their YouTube channel. I have to see that their subscription list is public, and I have to see that I'm in that list. Because if I pick somebody and I go to their channel and I can't see their subscription list, they're not going to win the cue. Or if I do see their subscription list and I'm not in that subscription list, they're not going to win the queue. And I'm just going to pick somebody else, right? Because only loyal followers / subscribers win my giveaways and stuff. So if you want a chance at winning that JFlower JF10-10FQ, go check out that video that I just pinned in the live chat here. And like I said, give the video a thumbs up and then leave a comment in that video. And do keep in mind that commenting multiple times on the video does not increase the chances of you winning. I already saw a third-party software that I can use that picks unique comments from unique users, right? So as much as I would appreciate you trying to comment and comment and comment, because I think that does help the YouTube algorithm out, and so that way it gets the video more discoverable, it does not increase your chances of winning. But that is the current contest that I have available. And like I said, I'm going to be announcing the winner this weekend. And until I get 75,000 subscribers, that 2x4 case with the 2 Qs just sits here and just collects dust. Because these are the JFlower JF10-10F playing queue is not brand new. I did because I did shoot with it, so it's not brand new. But the Qs that are in the poison case, never been hit with and only dropped once. No, just kidding. But those Qs are completely brand new. So yeah, that's what I've got going on. So like I said, sometime tomorrow, I'll probably make some sort of community announcement and schedule the live stream of when I'm going to go live just to be able to give away that Q. And then yeah, that'll be that for that, as I continue to have ideas swirling around in my head as to figure out what's the actual next video that I'm going to do next. Like, am I going to do another lesson video and try to teach something? Because I still have a couple of lessons that I would want to be able to try to teach and break down, and hopefully help people get better at the game. Cue ball control, sometimes you're asking me if I'm going to sign it. If the winner of the queue wants me to sign it, I'll happily sign it. I did give away one queue before to a pool player in Hawaii, and he asked me to sign the queue before I shipped it, so I did. So it's that is a thing, and I can do that. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But I feel like I'm talking. I feel like I'm talking in circles now. So like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream for tonight. Thank you everybody that has stuck with me here to the end. I see that I have 74 likes on this video. That is fan-freaking-tastic. I do appreciate all the support. So I will close off like I do in every video. If you like what you saw here, please give this video a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. Be sure to click the bell notification icon to be notified anytime I go live or publish a new video. Take care, everybody.